Nice. Will, how you do? Well, howdy do. Well, howdy doody doody do. Welcome. Welcome to Hero of Law. Hope everyone's doing good. Thanks for tuning in. Back at it. Hoi! Hello. Oh my god. Hope everyone's having a good day of the week. This is what it looks like. Hero of Law by newer team. Only came out like, I don't know, like a week ago or so. I don't remember the last time, damn! I don't remember the last time I had so many people reach out to be like, this was made for you. So I'm excited. I've been trying to stay spoiler free. If you're like, what is this? Well, I don't know what I'm looking at. I've never seen this before. It's exactly what it looks like. It's an Ocarina of Time ROM hack that turns it into Ace Attorney. And I believe it's playable on real hardware. I don't have that hooked up. I'm using an emulator, but yeah, I'm free. Yeah, I wanted to wait until I was done with Death Stranding 2, so we finished that the other day, and we're free. I mean, I'm not free. I'm gonna keep playing it off stream, but we saw the other game, which obviously this is no spoilers for Death Stranding. I was just like, I was deep in the brain rot. I had to see it through. Excuse me. Are we gonna arrest Link? I mean, I believe Link is the defense attorney. I think that's the whole point. But yeah, I don't know anything about. I've seen a couple little snippets, but yeah, I'm excited. I'm very excited to check it out. And if you're like, this seems neat, go to their website and grab it before Nintendo takes it down. I mean, I don't know. I don't know I'm glad this exists. I hope Nintendo doesn't touch it. But yeah, just yelling HIYAAA. God, I don't even think about. I just assumed Link would be talking, but if you just, he has a brain blast and he's yelling for a long time and then HIYAAA. But yeah, that'd be good. Thanks. I'm gonna get caught up on stuff. I really appreciate all the subs and resubs. Holy shit. Hype train. I know a lot of people were avoiding the Death Stranding streams for many valid reasons. So it's fun to see everyone rush it of, oh my god. So thank you. I know I met the data scientist that he finished all of her quests. I don't think I did everything. I did do so if you're curious, there's stuff that I did off stream for Death Stranding that I would usually start each stream by being like, here's some screen recordings I did, and there were a few related to the data scientist, or I was like, here's some footage of them. Well, I got a bunch of rewards from them, so it's hard for me to know what you mean by their. I got a cool hat, if that's what you mean. If there's something more than that, then I don't know if I got that far. I'm a Hyrule warrior, and here's my mission: gonna free Ganon from Daddy Pig prison. Is that the Link to the Past rap? Is that what that is? Excellent. The hedgehog who sold the world. Live and learn when you don't live and learn. They say. Anyway, thank you. Let me get caught up with stuff. I beat the game last stream. Yeah. So the VOD that went up on YouTube today is the penultimate Death Stranding VOD. Hopefully I can slap it together for tomorrow. for the final part. It was a long stream, but yeah, all I want to do is talk about it, but this is not the space to do it. I will say there's one thing I wanted to share, because now that I'm like out of spoiler jail, this isn't a spoiler. I'm going to reference something that's in a Death Stranding 2 trailer from like a year ago. So if you're like, I don't even want to know that, then just like skip ahead a minute if you're watching the VOD, or if you're live, come back in a minute. In one of the trailers, it shows Higgs, and he does a little monologue, and he goes, "Same as it ever was," and he like does it in the Talking Heads style. And I was watching some like interviews, because they're doing like this like Death Stranding 2 World Tour thing where they have a bunch of the development team and Kojima and the actors, and they're going on the thing. And Troy Baker was talking about how that was rehearsal. They were doing a practice, and he was like talking about how when he sees the words "same as it ever was," he just thinks of that song. So that's what he did, and then Kojima was like, "That's in. That's what we're doing." And he was like, "What?" I was fucking around. So like, peak. It's peak. So anyway, I needed to share that, because I saw that, I was like, oh my god. This is good. And that's why creative works are collaboration, but whatever. Anyway, I'm done. Just, I've been like watching some interviews, because I'm like, yeah, I'm curious about like the development of some of those ideas. So yeah, anyway, peak was the mountain game in this essay. Yeah. So anyway, if you're curious about my thoughts of Death Stranding, we yapped about it for a while after I finished it the other day. But here we're here to talk about Zelda and Ace Attorney, a completely different avenue of brain rot. So let me get caught up with stuff so we can hop into it. But I hope everybody's having a good one. If you're watching GDQ, hope it's going well. I haven't been able to watch a lot of runs, unfortunately. I've been busy. For example, last night I was on Stod's stream. We did Countdown again, which is always a good time. But as a result, I wasn't able to watch the Blueprints run, so I'm gonna watch the VOD for that. Because they did Blueprints Bingo, and if you haven't seen it, it's not normal bingo where it's a 5x5 grid and they're just trying to get 5 connected. It's the whole 9x5, right? Blueprint for the house, and they're trying to connect the southern room to the northern room. So yeah, go follow Stod, by the way. So Switching and Wolfenstein was really good. Oh, nice. Yeah, I had it like on in the background, but I wasn't watching. Gonna show you when you get a teapot. Yeah, Countdown is so very much. I wrecked that. Hell yeah. Just uploaded the VOD. It's real funny. Nice. They just on YouTube. Nice. Great. Anyway, but yeah, let me First of all, this game, Hero of Law, perfect music, was recommended by Dan Jones. Shouts to cousin Dan Jones, go follow him. Outlaw Eric, Echo Cat 94, Dr. Verbs PhD, Dr. Manatee, Apotheca, King Peggy, Wiremouse, Gigi, I Am Titchies, and 2 anonymous users. So yeah, I've streamed games that have gotten just more recommendations than that, but like that was like day 1, there were 10. I was like, okay, I think I need to look into this. So yeah, thank you. Dan, go follow Dan. Of Dan Jones and Dan Jones and Dragons, correct. Cousin Dan Jones. Is the music Zelda or Ace Attorney? It is both. Which I'm still listening to the latent Ace Attorney crossover music right now. Once I unmute the game, you'll be like, oh, this is way more high effort than it should have been. Which makes me very excited. And also between streams, Opakama resubbed for 23 months and said, oh boy, almost a whole year. Which, you know, if I knew how to count, I would have things to say, but I don't, so I'll just say thank you. Sam Breen, thanks for 29 months. My lucky number, Grumble Pack, thanks for 28. What the what crossover now? Yeah, get in here. Tough Figment, thanks for 71. You got your Ace Attorney My Ocarina of Time, not like Phoenix. Public Key Reveal Party, thanks for 39. What is this accursed thing before me? I'm so excited. Pog Bones. Asher the Fawn, thanks for tier 287 months. Objection, Your Honor. Great Deku Tree, Ganon tempered with the evidence. Those creatures from Ganon are that evidence from Ganon is pretty bad. Objection, Your Honor. Overruled. Pangolin Mountain, thanks for 25 months. 1 for each Bokoblin murdered on the way to Hyrule Castle. Suspiria, thanks for 80 months. Viking Engineering, thanks for 4.5. Thank you so much. Selfless thanks for 50 months. Gaze Mariah, thanks for 20. Well, that's all this then. Almost 2 years. Shinabi, thanks for 32. Maya Spin. Agent of Chaos, thanks for 28. Maya Spin. Magic Baby Hands, thanks for 100 bits. Mothmyth, thanks for 69. Lady Elgates, thanks for 55. Woo. Raz the Roo, thanks for 28. I thought this was a meme, not a whole game ROM hack. Yeah. It's real. How's Art Fight going? It's going great. I haven't had time to do more myself since the one thing I made for Katie, but I have received like a dozen attacks of Barnabys and Barbitars, I'm planning on doing more art streams soon to get back into production on my Metal Gear video that needs to exist sometime within the next decade. So I'll probably go through some of that then. That feels more art related. I thought about doing art fight drawing on stream. We'll see how I feel. Maybe as like a tangent, but I don't need tangents. I go off on those on my own without that. So I have 18. That's nuts. But yeah, it's going great. I feel bad if I'm like, hey, I'm on art fight, and then everyone draws me, and then I don't draw anyone else. Obviously, I gotta get in there and do some doodles. So you're on pace for 2028. I'm on my way. Smash, thanks for 100 bits. I saw this pop up as Hero of Law Ocarina of Time X Ace. Didn't see the attorney part. Thought this was somehow going to be an asexual version of Ocarina of Time. That's also just called Ocarina of Time, I think you'll find. Your Honor, in this essay, I will posit that Link, the Hero of Time, is a radio boner. Thanks for 29 months. This won't be the first time I've had a young Gerudo shit on my desk in contempt. Oh my god, to have like, I fucking, what's her name? I keep wanting to say Naboo, but that's the planet from Star Wars. The sage, fucking, the Gerudo lady. Someone's gonna get it in a second. Nabooru! I mean, it is basically Naboo. Nabooru. So yeah, Nabooru as like a Franziska analog. Would be fun. Lucas reaction to Gerudo. Exactly. I mean, who could say no? Unless you're Ace to that fishy head. G, thanks for 47 months. The what? Killiele, thanks for 20 months. Finally, Ace Attorney 7. I know. We Shu's been cooking this whole time. We didn't even know. Considering the fact that Link is canonical descendant, he therefore cannot be Ace. Do you know that that's canon, or did you just listen? You did what? What is this game though? We're gonna find out in a few minutes. Arpaga, thanks for 6 months. This is my favorite Ace Attorney game on the Citadel. And Kiko, thanks for a soup. Gotta get ready for work, so I'll be bouncing out soon, but have a good cuz I point up here. Rival Link, thanks for 35. You tell me a hero to this law? Like a hero sandwich. Red War Machine, thanks for 28. JC Profit, 100 bits. How does Link defend anyone? All I can say is, hey, I don't know which, but I feel like that would be funny, but that it would get tiresome. But I do love the idea of him behind the desk, just going, Kylex, thanks for 42 months. That's 3.5 years. 42 months buzzing on by like Barnaby on their way to get some honey. Speaking of little guy, how's Art Fight been treating you? It's fun to draw him. Thank you. Yeah, I will be going through a bunch of those on stream because I'm already just astounded by some of the art that's flown my way. I appreciate it. Pearly Pie Art, thanks for 16. Link Nix writes, Ace Hyrulean? Yeah, T Lulu, thanks for 3. I emerged from the VOD mines, watched all of Layton and Ace Attorney VODs. That's a lot of VODs. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed them. I had a lot of fun streaming them. It's translated by Mayelda. Yeah, Zelda as a Maya could be fun. I feel like Ocarina Zelda doesn't work as well in my brain, but like Breath of the Wild Zelda, I could see fitting that niche. It'll be fine. Whatever they do. Bono Rio, thanks for 19. Happy 19 months to me. Watching stream Death Stranding 2 has been my way of playing the game vicariously through VODs. Really enjoyed it. Thank you. I had a lot of fun playing through it on stream. More than I was expecting to, honestly. I really enjoyed it. And I appreciate people sticking with me for the nonsense. Fill the headset. Thanks for 78. That's 6.5 years. That's like an ice cream key or something. Thank you. I really need to brush up on my multiplication tables, and then also remember what all of my sub badges are. And Smash Tunes, thanks for 23. Thanks for the Prime. Objection, Your Honor. Hiya. Hiya. Anyway, with that, let me unmute the game so you can all go, oh, this is good actually. I'm just gonna let it sit for a second. I'm not normally one to be like, oh boy, a mashup of two things. Wow, my pop culture. A lot of times that just makes me mad. But I'm like, why does it work really good though? This is some like high quality Siva Gunner shit. My most annoyed rat jam. My most annoyed rat jam of all time. Oh, so it's Peak, I see. No, that's the mountain climbing game. Jaden, thanks for 50 months. That's like 100 months. You know? If I knew math. History of Music and Zelda style. It's not. It's a mashup. At least what I've heard so far. It's not just, oh, it's like I would have expected maybe Ace Attorney in the Ocarina sound font. No, It's like new compositions that are mashups. And I'm like, what? I regret that I must-hand it to them. That's kind of, it's like the very mad, like, oh. What do you mean? This is the title theme. What do you mean? Abogados of Tankady. We got the Abogados in here. It's true. Gamer Dylan, thanks for 88. That's a lot. Thank you. Thanks for the prime. Best mashup is still Nevermind and Banjo Kazooie. Jeez. Garrated, thanks for 31. Okay, I'm gonna get into it. Yeah. Hope you're buckled in and your tray table's up, and we gotta go. We gotta go. Welcome to Hero of Law. I almost said time. As if I knew. This game autosaves after each scene. Do not turn off your console during scene transitions. Don't do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm very excited too. It's so quiet. Do you think they forgot? Forget a royal visitation? No one could make such a blunder, princess. Who's talking? Well, I guess I should just go in then. Oh. Oh. Oh no! Malin killed Talon? What? No way! She was free. Oh my, I'm already in heaven. March 17th, 9:37 a.m. Hyrule Grand Court Defendant Lobby number 3. You think that after so many years of doing this, I'd be used to the stress. Oh my god. This is peak. So why am I shaking? Gah, I guess it's a lot worse when it's your friend's life that's on the line. Sorry, I'm just... What do you mean with... Come on, gotta look professional. She can't see you like this. Speaking of her, though, where is she anyway? Hey, you, over there! Huh? What is it, attorney? The trial isn't starting yet. But it will be soon, right? Would you happen to know why my client isn't here yet? I didn't get to speak much with her when she was arrested, so... I was hoping I could at least exchange a word with her now. Well, you weren't the only one with the idea. I believe she's currently in the prosecutor's lobby. He wanted to talk to her as well. What? What is up with this guy? He bars me from the crime scene, blocks my detention center visits, and now this? Not to worry, she will definitely be here before the trial. Great. That'll be a joyous 5 minutes indeed. Even the writing is like on brand. But there's nothing I can do but wait. It's like very, very clearly, you don't make this unless you got the Ace Attorney brain rot. Okay, this is ridiculous. How much longer can he keep her? Ah, see, there she is. No need to get all worked up. Is something wrong? Did I hear shouting? So much for looking professional. No, don't worry. Everything's fine. This is Malin. Ever since we met in Hyrule Castletown all those years ago, we've been great friends. Her heart's in the right place. I know she cared deeply about her father. If everything's fine, why do you look so worried? Well... How did the investigation go? She's doing the Maya pose. What the fuck? Did you find anything? Yes, the investigation. I found tons of, groundbreaking stuff. Particularly that my opponent's a real scumbag. Even like the looking off to the side. What did the prosecutor want from you anyway? Well, it was mostly just threats. He kept explaining in detail what will happen to me if I'm found guilty. Doesn't sound like a vital discussion that needed to happen right before the trial. He probably just did that so we wouldn't have as much time to talk. You believe in me, right? I didn't do it. I'd never. Of course well, you were found with the murder weapon in your hand. Of course. I believe in you, Malin. Of course. Although, I'll be honest, things aren't looking very good right now. Also, you're wearing Bowser's face as a pendant, which definitely makes you look guilty. What's that you got there? Oh, this is just a pictograph of father I carry around. Is there a clock in the picture? No. I just can't believe he's gone. So we're all in agreement that Ingo did it, right? I wish I knew how to cheer her up right now. I'm not very good at handling emotional clients. Hey, listen, you know, that pictograph could be really useful for the trial. Oh, how so? Game's a little loud. How's that? Well, you look so happy together. Always let me know how the volume is. Appreciate it. I can present it to show that you two had a great relationship. That other horse is gonna be important. Epona and Peona. You really think so? Well, here you go then. Nom 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 nom. Add to the court record. At least I'll be walking in there with something other than my badge. Hold on. Why am I surprised? It's the line. God damn it. Proof I could stand in court as an attorney. Holy shit. That was pictograph 8 of you. Yep. Yeah. Profiles, what we got? Oh, they're using the, like, manual art. That's great. Longtime friend and defendant in this case. 27? That Talon deceased. That's how old he is. The victim, owner of Long Ranch, and Malon's loving father. Alright. That's incredible. Oh, I'll be walking there with something other than my badge. But wait, we shouldn't just be idly chatting. There's not much time left. I know it's hard to talk about, but could you tell me what actually happened? I don't stand much chance if I don't know your version of the story. I understand. Unfortunately, there really isn't much to... Trial starting. Defendant's attorney, please enter the courtroom at once. Uh-oh. Shouldn't have said that stuff about having no chance. Alright, everything will be fine. The prosecutor has been playing me for a fool since this began, but sooner or later, his arrogance will be his undoing. Let's head inside. My name is Link. I've been a defense attorney for the last 7 years. Post-time skip. I have won my fair share of cases and lost some too. But this one is personal. Do you think he pulled the Master Sword, but it was actually a pen, and then he was stuck taking the bar for 7 years? That's gonna be my headcanon. There's so much at stake here. Not only do I have to save Malon's life, I've gotta find out who did this to Talon. Talon. He was always so kind. Except for his bullshit Kuko minigame. He didn't deserve this. I need to do him justice. The Master Badge. I can't lose this. I'm excited to see the courtroom. Oh. Oh no. Oh, one of those fucking creatures from Spirit Tracks was in the galley. Was it Spirit Tracks or Phantom Hourglass? This is gonna sound really weird unless you've played those games. Were those the racists? The little snowmen? The little snow guys? Were those the racist dudes in Spirit Tracks? Yeah, they were. Yeah, they were. Okay, yeah. I immediately was like, wait, fuck those guys. Wait, am I remembering? Anyway. There's the judge. Court is now in session for the trial of Malon of Lon Ranch. The defense is ready, Your Honor. With a U? Dragmire. I sincerely doubt that. What were they thinking, pitting me against some pathetic kid? Pathetic kid? What gives you the right to... Oh my god, the animation's really good. Still your tongue. You bring shame upon the fine color of your hair, vile woman. Before long, the world shall know the horrible deeds you've committed. Let us not prolong the inevitable. Shall we begin? He's actually like, oh yeah, Dragmire's his last name. Von Karmendorf. Now, this court is no place to be exchanging insults. Since the prosecution seems ready as well, let's hear their opening statement. The opening statement shall also be the closing one. Oh my god. They gave him a finger model because his hand doesn't have separate fingers. The girl did it, it's obvious. She killed her own father in cold blood. All so she could have the ranch to herself. Couldn't wait for the old fool to die naturally, could you, you greedy little rat? I come here. Your Honor, you can't allow this man to verbally abuse the defendant like this. Oh, shit. Ha! She committed murder, kid. She deserves every bit of scorn she gets. Yeah, honestly, if you're gonna play it yourself first, I totally understand. It's on their website. You need a version of game to patch it. It'll make sense. I do believe a little less commentary wouldn't go amiss. Bah. I assure you, old man, you will change your opinion once you see all of the damning evidence. Who is this guy? How can he speak to the judge like that? Ganondorf Dragmire. Looks like I've been lucky to avoid meeting this man until now. The stories I've heard about him must be true. A boorish barbarian of a man hailing from the Gerudo province. Apparently, he prides himself on the nearly clean streak he's cultivated for decades. All while disrespecting everyone in the court, including the judge. I've even heard some attorneys refer to him as the King of Evil. Definitely has that look at the very least. He's even got the sweat. This is so well done. Shit. Very well, please present your case to the court. You don't seem to like me talking, so I'll just let the detective present the basics. Oh, who's the detective? Who makes sense to be the detective? My first thought was like, Impa or she? It's a Goron? Oh, Postman. It's just Gumshoe. Gumshoe. Impa of the Sheikah forced to the stand. Well, here we go, the first battle. I know Impa. She's quite a competent detective. Which worries me. Please let her have made a mistake just this once. Not in your life. She's a professional. Oh. The hat and the jacket. Alright, state your name and whatever it is you pretend to do. You never change, do you, prosecutor? Any possible change would be for the worse. Now, stop wasting time. Name and occupation. Oh, man. Very well. I am Impa, head detective of the Sheikah Force, Homicide Division. True for now, at least. Well, what are you waiting for? Start talking. You were the one assigned to this case, so you know all about it. What calamity has befallen our fair kingdom? Still can't be bothered to give a proper opening statement. I suppose I can do the prosecutor's job for him this time for the sake of an unbiased look. Please go ahead, detective. Those are Emma's poses, you're right. Best detective in Hyrule, Japanifornia. The incident happened early yesterday morning on Lon Lon Ranch. Uh-oh. That's very good. A local supplier of goods located just south of Castletown. The current owner of the homestead, Talon, was found dead in his ranch house. A tragic loss for our kingdom for sure. I've seen the man around Castletown a number of times delivering goods. Quite. The owner was a rather important figure in the local community. In any case, we were alerted to the scene of the murder by the Royal Guard, who were there on official business. Official business? What kind? As I understand, the ranch provides the kingdom with vital services. To ensure it is operating as it should and as a gesture of appreciation, the Crown orders a visitation to the ranch every year. I see. A scheduled annual visit. Continue, detective. When the Sheikah Force arrived, they found the victim bleeding out onto the floor. Next to him lay his daughter, Malin, breathing but unresponsive. After a thorough investigation, we arrested her as she was deemed the only possible culprit. That about covers the gist of what happened. Very nice and succinct. Keep that up and perhaps you will keep your job. Ho ho, I don't think the good detective here has to worry much about that, given she's head of the department. Which reminds me, why is the head of detectives herself on a case like this? Were the other detectives unavailable? That would be because I have been assigned to this case by order of the King of Hyrule himself. The king himself assigned you? That doesn't happen very often, does it? That means Zelda did it. You are correct, Your Honor. I am not usually involved in field work like this. This time, however, the king felt it necessary because of who is involved. Who is involved? Is the death of a ranch worker really such a concern for the king? Well, as I said, Lon Lon Ranch is a very important supplier of goods, to be sure. But that's not who I meant. I imagine the king wanted to top the top investigators on this job because it was the royal princess herself who discovered the crime scene. I heard you know of the racist penguins, which made me join. Holy shit. Top new chatter message of all time. Thank you. Happy to have you. Also, yeah, the music is very good. Yeah, I saw one of those dudes in the stands. I was like, hey, chat, this is gonna sound crazy, but order, I will have my order. Ugh, the royal princess Zelda witnessed the crime? Ha, and there you have it. This case rides on the princess's own words. Thank you for gifting that sub, Squid. Enjoy the emotes, Luigi. Hope you enjoy being here. To doubt it would be to doubt it would be to doubt your own royalty. This is bad. I can't really object to that. Very well. If the princess is testifying today, it's better we don't make her needlessly wait. Detective, please testify about exactly why the defendant was arrested. I will also always die on the hill that Spirit Track Zelda is the best, excellent. The best Zelda of any Zelda game. And you'd be like, oh, but Zelda in Breath of the Wild, or oh, Zelda in Skyward... No, Spirit Track Zelda is the best of all time. You're right, correct, yeah. If you know, you know, and if you don't, check it out. It is with regret that I agree with Dragmire. All the evidence points towards this girl being the culprit. We determined that the murder definitely took place inside of the ranch house. There were only 3 people on the ranch: the victim, the defendant, and a worker who has an alibi for the time of the crime. How does he now? He was busy robbing the neighbor ranch, doing different crimes. What was Ingo's alibi, I wonder? The defendant was found unconscious right in front of the victim, who was bleeding out onto the floor. Furthermore, she was holding a weapon. Without a doubt, that's what was used to kill the victim. She seems like such a bright girl. It's most unfortunate. We gotta press about that alibi, right? Your Honor, I would like to submit these pieces of evidence to the court. Ain't no way. First, I have the autopsy report. Great. Performed by the Crown's top coroner. Yep. Thank you. I'll take a look at that. Here is what we determined to be the murder weapon, which we took from the defendant's hands. Saw. To make sure we had the correct weapon, we conducted a very thorough investigation. Naturally, we searched everyone and thoroughly examined the ranch and its vicinity. Nothing unusual was found, but to be safe, we also checked the ranch's inventory list to see whether anything was missing. The list matches the items we found on the ranch exactly, and nothing but the saw had fresh blood on it. That's pretty thorough. That does sound quite compelling. This must have been a truly terrifying scene. Dying from a wound made by a weapon like this is extremely painful. This only helps prove the defendant's viciousness. At this rate, they're going to paint Malin as some heartless monster. There is one more thing I feel I should mention for the sake of completeness. Shortly after we arrived at the ranch, a courier showed up to take some milk shipments. Postman. Of course, business must go on. Yeah? Is this really necessary to enter into evidence, though? I wanted 2 composers for this, and I made that one. Holy shit, the music is peak so far. Thank you, Beatball. This is like, from the title screen, I was like, holy shit, this is good. The shipments did end up leaving the ranch, so I feel it bears mentioning. So evidence could have left at the... Yeah, that's definitely worthwhile. Were the contents checked before you let them go? Naturally, who do you take us for? Oh god. Even though the worker handling the shipments did get quite worked up about it, we cracked all the boxes open to check what was inside. In the end, it did turn out to only be milk bottles, so we let them through. I mean, the milk is pretty opaque in Ocarina of Time. There could have been something in the milk. Thank you for your thoroughness, detective. Milk shipments add to court record. So, what happens now? Well, this is where I step in and perform a cross-examination. Ah, great. How does that work? Huh? Could you explain what you're going to be doing? Can't hurt to go over this again. Sure, why not? There's no time. Or is it Chateau Romani? I mean, we are in Hyrule, not Termina. And I already referenced Ingo being a bandit, which is more terminal behavior, but whatever. The witness will repeat her testimony, and I'll be able to scroll back and forth, raising A and B in with the D-pad or the stick. Yeah. It's me, Jimbo. You found me. Welcome. Just yelling wordlessly. Hiya! They'll just repeat it as many times as you want? Yeah. Yeah, they really will. That's right. I have to consider every little detail. Can't miss a thing. If I want more info about something, I can use L or Z to press the statement and ask the witness a question. The controls are fucked because this can work with a real N64 controller. That's why it's like L or Z or D-pad or analog stick. The devs had to take that into account. When you boot it up, it says if you're using a real N64 controller, hold it in the fucked up position where you have your left hand on the D-pad. They literally tell you to do it that way, but seemingly support Z and analog stick as well, but it's just funny. Can we scream France? Yeah, I gotta grab the microphone for Hey You Pikachu. Grill them for info. Yep. Since the witness has come up with an answer on the spot, if they're lying, prompting for more info can make them slip up. Most importantly though, if I find something that doesn't line up with the evidence, I can press R to bring up the court record. The court record is basically a list of all the evidence, right? I can open it as any time if I need to recheck the facts. Would France in this case be Termina? Correct. Long line. Hold the N64 controller in the fucked up way. I hope they used the phrase. They did not. They were good about it. After choosing the contradicting item, I'll press C up to raise an objection and present my doubts to the court. And I can not only present evidence, but profiles as well. Ooh. Or like Ace Attorney 2? Whichever one let you present profiles as well. Profiles! The court record contains a list of all the people involved too. I can switch between evidence and profiles with R. Goron butt. If I need to review what's been said, I can also press start to see a history of messages. And 3. Profile. Not like that. I see, that makes sense. Is the defense done whispering? Sorry. They did a really good job adapting that. Considering that these N64 models were probably not designed to do a lot of these poses, I feel like they did a really good job. If he's so upset about it, why doesn't he just press C right to skip ahead? This game does support the Hey You Pikachu mic. Don't fuck with me. Don't give me hope and dash it away. Are you fucking with me? Are you We had to make new rigs. That would make a lot of sense. I know the hands are different, but yeah, that's nuts. It's real. What the fuck? You can Hey You Pikachu yell at this? What? Why are mod makers just the best developers of the entire industry? The defense is ready to cross-examine the witness. Bah! A waste of time. I don't have a Pikachu mic. I sincerely hope you're not implying that standard court procedure is a waste of time, Mr. Dragmire. In any case, we're ready, defense. Please begin the cross-examination. It's the passion. It's the passion. Some secret missions related to linking a Game Boy to your N64? What? Oh, look at that. The reason for arrest. Ooh. Alright, I gotta look at the thing. I got this, I got that. Autopsy report. Deep irregular wound made with a sharp metal object. Victim died from loss of blood no later than 8 a.m. You doing a murder in the morning? That's fucked up. I guess I don't know enough to make a declarative statement about that. Supposed murder weapon found in Mount's hand, clean of blood. Didn't they say it had blood on it at the time? Branch inventory, A for details. Oh my god, this is so impressive. 15th of March? Not March. In Hyrule, the month. Oh, Ingo made the inventory. How convenient. Rakes, hoes, ayo, buckets, hammers, knives, wood saws, one piece. Saddles, horseshoes, axes, brooms, scythes, my scythe. My scythe, my shovels, flails, travels, post pounders, what? Drag harrows, what? Water hoses, wheelbarrows, horse carts, towing harnesses, cow nose rings. You gotta have the cow nose rings. One what? Milk shipments, some orders of milk that left the ranch a little while after the crime. And we got the judge, jolly old man who's presided over some of my cases. The fact that they even color swapped out his outfit in the art is the attention to detail. Ganondorf Dragmire, he's 59. Oh, 10 years away. Prosecutor assigned to the case, rude to others, easily angered. And Impa, 34. Nice. Head of detectives assigned to investigate the case. She looks good with that hat. All right. What are we doing? It's with regret, I agree with Dragmire. All the evidence points towards this girl being the culprit. What makes you think she's the culprit? She's just about to tell you. Keep quiet and listen. Right. Sorry. Impa's not 34. No, but listen, don't worry about it. This one is. As I was saying, your Hylian is excellent. We determined the murder definitely took place inside the house. Hey, yeah. And just how did you do that? It's quite simple. There was no blood found anywhere else. Had the victim been attacked at some other location, we'd expect a trail of it leading to the scene. Couldn't the killer have just cleaned it all up? Certainly not. The path to the ranch house at Lawnland Ranch is not paved in any way. That's true. We did our investigation by playing Ocarina of Time 30 years ago. Cleaning blood off the ground would require disturbing the soil. Naturally, found nothing of the sort. Bah. Bah. There wouldn't have been enough time to pull that off anyway. Likely true. Ryan, it sounds like the location of the crime scene is pretty firm, but I'm not giving up yet. Do they have fingerprint technology in Hyrule? There were only 3 people on the ranch, the victim, defendant, and a worker who has an alibi. 3 people, you say? Oh, look at his smug little grin. Look at his fucking smile. We don't see Link smile enough. That's nice. I guess that would have to be Mr. Ingo. Let me stop you before you start getting too excited. If you had listened to the rest of what the detective said, you'd notice she was mentioned an alibi, which I would like to have in the court record. We're pretty certain that the ranch worker couldn't have been involved. Well, what is this alibi then? You might remember I brought up some outgoing milk shipments. Well, the worker Ingo was in charge of them. He left the ranch house first thing in the morning, was busy preparing the shipments after that. Is that so? Surely he could have gotten away from that for one really quick little murder. Bah, this wouldn't just be a quick little murder, as you so crudely put it. He'd have to have taken steps to hide his involvement too. There was definitely not enough time for that. Unfortunately, I agree. Preparing a shipment is a lot of work. You have to milk all the cows, clean all the bottles, pour the milk out into them, arrange them all in the crates, and finally load it all up in a wagon. Usually I had to do it together with Father to finish before the courier arrived. The shipments were already ready when we arrived at the ranch. When we checked the boxes, they were all fully loaded with filled milk bottles. So this Ingo was able to do the work of 2 people all on his own. Isn't that a bit odd? Odd or not, he evidently did just that. Clearly, he's a man dedicated to his job. Your Honor, guilty. Your Honor, Ingo did it. Or perhaps the girl and her father are just very inefficient. This whole thing seems awfully suspicious if you ask me, but I guess I have nothing to dispute it with. The defendant was found unconscious right in front of the victim, who was bleeding out on the floor. It gets me every time. Malin fainted? Correct. We couldn't get her to wake for a long time. Eventually, we decided to administer a healing fairy so she could be questioned. I guess finding the body was just that much of a shock, huh? Ha! Probably just pretending, trying to make it look like she had merely found the body. In any event. Furthermore, she was holding a weapon. Without a doubt, that's what was used to kill the victim. I have a theory! And how can you be so sure of this? I don't have any concrete theories yet. Look at the autopsy report. Deep irregular wound made with a sharp metal object. You should be wearing gloves if you're holding the murder weapon. The saw was the only sharp implement in the ranch house that could produce such a wound. And as I've already mentioned, we also looked closely at all other sharp things on the ranch. None had recent blood on them. That still doesn't necessarily mean the saw was the murder weapon. Maybe the real culprit hid the real one. Oh yeah? Prove it then. Show us the real murder weapon. My badge? My badge. Maybe it was like a rake? You could probably kill someone with a rake. Or a horseshoe? 28 pieces of horseshoes, that's a lot. Frank? Well, I definitely don't have any way to do that. Still, something bothers me about that saw. The fact that there's no blood on it? So you have nothing? What a waste of time. She seems like such a bright girl. It's most unfortunate. Hey. She sure is. You gotta have spare horseshoes. Or maybe some of the horses are walking on two legs. She sure is. We've known each other for years. Yet she murdered her father in cold blood. How curious. Perhaps you're just bad judges of character, both of you. No way. Just give me some time and I'm gonna prove it. Do you see anything wrong yet? Well, usually it's difficult to find anything wrong with the basic facts of the case. That said, I do think I saw one small thing. Really? That's great. It sure is, because I've got to poke all the holes I can find before the princess gets here. All right. Oh, the check mark is nice. For 3 people, they're not unconscious. She's holding a weapon. That's what this used to kill the victim. Court record. The saw. Termina. Huh. This seems like a fairly large oversight. I just want to make sure of something. It's got paper and everything. I don't think Link knows how to read, but, you know, that just adds to it. The state the saw is currently in is how you found it at the crime scene. That's correct. That's strange, considering how much the victim bled out and how deep his wound was. Why is there no blood on the supposed murder weapon? It's his Frog Eye Drops prescription. It's just the doodle on the treehouse. The scribble. Is that all you have? What? Huh? Naturally, the prosecution has an explanation for why the saw is clean. Behold, this cloth was found in the defendant's other hand. Can I have all the evidence? This is just like Ace Attorney. Withholding evidence in my court. It's more likely than you think. As you can plainly see, it's stained with blood. Oh, in the background, the defendant simply wiped the murder weapon in a futile attempt to hide her involvement. Holy shit. Yeah. If Malin was trying to hide her involvement, why didn't she just leave the crime scene? Bah. Obviously, she was trying to hide the body before the royal visitation arrived at the ranch. Unfortunately for her, it just so happened that the delegation arrived quite a bit earlier than scheduled. In a panic, she quickly wiped the saw off and pretended to faint to make it look like she had just stumbled upon the scene. It's the community, just pretend you're asleep. Just pretend you're asleep. They won't know. Gah! Young lady, things are not looking very good for you right now. Yeah, huh? The court accepts the bloodied cloth into evidence. Let me take a look at that. Hey, Mike, thanks for the raid. Hey, Jazz, thanks for the resub. What's the story with this cloth? She doesn't know. Found clutched by Malin at the crime scene. Supposedly she wiped the saw clean with this. It's a pretty jagged saw, but I guess that's fine. So what's the story with this cloth? Well, as I was doing a final check around the ranch, I noticed that part of the fence around the horse paddock was damaged. Not entirely sure when that happened, but sometimes one of the horses just gets a bit too rowdy, you know? Playing great Ace Attorney for the first time. Hey, yo, thank you. I've been playing through the Ace Attorney games in order, because I never played them back in the day. I just recently played through Investigations 1. So I have Investigations 2, and then the great Ace Attorney games, and then I'm back in the waiting room with everyone else for Ace Attorney 7. Right! Anyway, I didn't want to bother Mr. Ingo about it, so I tried to cut up a new rail by myself to patch it up. When I play this on, I'm using an emulator for this, but this does work on real hardware. But then the saw slipped and I cut my hand open. Oh, goddesses, are you okay? Well, it wasn't that bad. It did bleed quite a lot, though, so I used that cloth to quickly bandage the wound. I was actually going to the ranch house to ask Father to help me with the fence. Ha! A likely story. 7. And impossible to verify now, of course. Wouldn't she still have a cut on her hand? This happened like yesterday. The Sheikah Force had to use a fairy on the defendant to get her out of her supposed unconsciousness. Oh. I do have to give her some credit. She is one cunning woman. They've used a fairy on her, so there's no evidence. Shit. If they had a fairy, I guess maybe they didn't have I was like, could they have used the fairy to revive Talon? Now I'm thinking of the logistics. She knew that would explain a sudden lack of any wound on her hand. Ho ho, why yes, fairies are wonderful. Just the other day I slammed my hand with the gavel and one took the pain off immediately. Thought I was gonna talk about his granddaughter. Glad to know they're used for such important things. But, dang it. Too bad there's no way to tell whose blood is on the cloth. That's some kind of sci-fi wizardry we just don't have here. I do believe the matter has been settled. I'm ready to call my next witness. Oh, I would have thought he'd just be like, all right, well, case closed. We're done. But I'll take another witness. Uh-oh. Is that all I can get? Is that all I can get out of her? You've served your purpose, Sheikah. Be gone. Fine. But you had best treat Her Highness with respect, or I'll see to it that you spend the night in the dungeons. Do not presume to threaten me, Sheikah. A night of darkness and solitude would be nothing but comfort for me. Dude said don't threaten me with a good time. Is that so? Then perhaps we should fill the dungeons with lit candles for the occasion. They're glaring daggers at each other. If this doesn't end soon, we're all in trouble. Thank you, Your Honor. Order, order. I'm sure we'll treat the princess with utmost respect. You may step down, detective. I've heard good and bad things about Lane vs. Riot. It's the only one I haven't played. I had a great time with it. It's unhinged as fuck. What the? Asterios Goose, thanks for following. 5 Bob. There's a Steam game called Is This a Game? It's so very code and funny. It takes about 10 minutes. Thank you. Appreciate it. Your trial by combat. Can we play tennis with objections going back and forth? This case has already made me weary with all the pointless jabber. The time is ripe to deal the final blow. I call Her Highness Princess Zelda of Hyrule to the stand. Hey Zelda, hey princess. Hi princess. Oh! Princess, oh! Is something the matter? Why is everyone quiet all of a sudden? Your Highness! I believe we're all just a bit uncertain on how to proceed. The defendant is Malin from Lon. It is quite the honor to have such an esteemed guest in these halls. I think Zelda did it. In the face of the law, the princess is no different from a peasant. Can he legally say that and keep his head in court? In a royal kingdom? Name and occupation now. The prosecution will behave. I will not have any derogatory statements directed at the princess. Derogatory? I simply wish not to waste any more time. We must employ proper procedure. Oh man. It is all right, detective. I believe the prosecution does have a point. In the eyes of the law, we are all equals. Didn't get away with anything. Impa's still here. On this stand, I am just another witness. I should not be getting any special treatment. Very admirable, Your Highness. We can all rest easy knowing that Hyrule is destined to have such a wise monarch in its future. Yes, indeed. I eagerly await the day when our next ruler takes the throne and reshapes the kingdom in their image. S-tier writing. Well done. You flatter me, prosecutor. Now then, I believe I was asked for my name and occupation. I am Zelda, current princess of Hyrule and heir apparent to the throne. Marvelous, Your Highness. Before we begin, I would just like to know, why were you at Lon Lon Ranch to witness this terrible incident? It's simple, really. Lon Lon Ranch is Hyrule Castletown's biggest food supplier. Not only that, but the ranch also equips Hyrule's royal guard with the finest of horses. Every year, the royal family makes a visit as a gesture of goodwill and to ensure the quality of the steeds. And to bring a healthy dose of panic to the farmhands when they're like, oh fuck, the princess is here. I didn't know your horses were used by the royal guard. Yep. Grumble Pig, thanks for gifting that sub to Meatball. And thanks again for saying hi in the chat and also working on this banger project. We work hard every year to make sure they're in the best possible condition. Cheese. Father loved to boast about it to the other ranch owners. Ha! Knowing Talon, I'm sure he did. How unfortunate that the ranch may no longer meet the crown's high standards under new management. The royal family has a backup, I trust. We are looking for one. Naturally, those standards are quite high. Of course. Now then, please describe what you saw on the day of the incident. Very well. Here I go. I'd love to punch this guy. I just want to climb across the table, smack him in the face. The scene behind the door. I arrived at Long Run Ranch a little after 8 a.m. accompanied by my loyal guards. 8 a.m. was when I was in the hot tub, yeah. No later than 8 a.m. So could have been earlier. Come on, my loyal guards. Not the royal guards, the loyal guards. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was. There was nobody there to welcome us. I could sense... Wait, shouldn't Ingo have been there to welcome them? I could sense that something was wrong. I opened the door to the ranch house and went inside. The room was mostly empty. There was a table with some kind of crystal bottle on top of it. That was in the prologue video. Yeah. Was that used to knock out Malin? But in front of the table, a terrifying scene was unveiling. The defendant hacked at the ranch owner's chest with the saw she was holding. What? You saw that? What? Huh? Huh? I was overcome with fear and I screamed. I will never forget what I saw that day. I heard that Talon and his daughter were incredibly kind. I cannot believe she would commit such horrible violence. What the, huh? Well, I guess Malin did it, huh? Oh my, you saw the very moment the victim was killed? There you go. Decisive testimony. As there is no need to doubt the princess's statement, I call for the judge to make a ruling right away. Hey now, hold on. Yeah, I didn't get to cross-examine the witness yet. You haven't, fool, because there is no need. Did you not hear one word of what I said? Didn't you just say we should follow all the procedures and treat the princess like any other witness? Get fucked. I've ensnared you in a legalese web of semantics. This is the defense's right. You complete. I believe the defense has a point. They do have every right to perform a cross-examination, no matter who is testifying. I was quite looking forward to this part myself. I have only ever read about court proceedings in the Royal Library. That being said, I will not tolerate any reckless accusations towards the princess. Is that clear? Naturally, Your Honor. I don't seem to have health in this, which is appreciated. How am I going to cross-examine the princess? This isn't going to end well. What's got into the prosecutor? That seemed like a rather intense outburst. Well, I do have a guess. Oh? Because of the princess's status, it's possible that Dragmire didn't have an opportunity to discuss her testimony with her. That might mean that this testimony is a surprise even to him. This could be my chance. Before we begin, there's just one thing that caught my attention. I believe the princess mentioned seeing some kind of glass bottle at the crime scene. That would be this, I presume. My eye drops. Why, yes, that's exactly it. What is that? Oh, this is the bottle of perfume that Father intended to gift to Her Highness when she arrived. He quickly rode out to town to get it at the last moment. We didn't know that the princess was coming instead of the king until only 2 hours before the visitation. Oh, how thoughtful. He really did not need to bother himself so. As fascinating as all this is, the prosecution doesn't believe it's relevant to the case. Yeah, maybe. My brand. It's good to have a full picture of the crime scene. The defense requests the bottle be accepted into evidence. Bah. Desperate to latch onto every little thing, are you? Whatever. You can add it to the evidence if it'll make you happy. Yeah. No skin off my teeth. In that case, the court accepts this bottle into evidence. Perfume bottle and a corner. Now then, defense, begin your cross-examination. Okay. There's a couple things that are concerning about her testimony. Like, there's the obvious bit about her seeing Malin doing a stab. But also, what does it say on here? Apparently she wiped the saw clean with this. How would there have been time for her to do that if Zelda saw the act being committed? So that bolsters Malin's not quite testimony about her hurting her hand. So. Years of skin? Yeah, I've never understood that saying. Perfume, bought just before the crime scene, found at the crime scene. Why would this matter? Let's see. I arrived at Long Ranch a little after 8, accompanied by my loyal guards. 8. If these guards were with Her Highness, why were they not called as witnesses? We did question the guards, naturally. Apparently, they didn't get to see anything relevant. I was the only one to enter the crime scene, but maybe they would have seen things in the crime scene, the princess, whatever, fine. After seeing what was inside, I stood guard and insisted that no one be allowed inside until the Sheikah force arrived. Sus. I have read that preserving the crime scene is vital. Quite correct. I'm sure the guards were absolutely thrilled with this order. You want to do tooth acupuncture? I should. Please proceed, witness. I remember being surprised at how quiet everything was. There was nobody there to welcome us. Hi. Have you conducted these royal visitations in the past, Your Highness? No, this was my first one. Up until last year, my father was always the one to visit Lon Lon Ranch. However, he decided I had to start preparing for all the royal duties that await me, and so I was to do it this time. You will doubtlessly perform admirably as ruler when the time comes. That was more straightforward than being like, I look forward to whoever the next ruler is, wink wink. What happened when you got to the ranch house? I could sense that something was wrong. I opened the door of the ranch house and went inside. Any part where the cursor works with the N64DD mouse peripheral? What the fuck? What the hell? And what then? Stop interrupting and let her get to the point. Defense? I believe I was clear about not badgering the witness. Drat, I need to calm down. I know there's no HP in this ROM hack, but I kind of wish when he was threatening us like a hearts in the top left corner popped up and we're blinking. And he was threatening to explode our hearts. Anyway, Drat, I need to calm down. Y'all did not need to go hard. I know, I'm just so astounded that this exists and is this high quality. I'm just like, what the fuck? The room was mostly empty. There was a table with a bottle on top of it. Haven't made a mistake yet. No, I haven't. I didn't realize I could make mistakes. I guess I could. I haven't presented the wrong evidence. Maybe I should do that. Shit. Maybe the devs are like, we already did that. What do you mean? It's already been done. You paid attention to something like that after seeing a murder princess? Well, I spent a rather long time in there waiting for the Sheikah force to arrive. Plus, that bottle's quite beautiful. It just stood out. Yeah. Bleed Dev was the first to perform stop and swap on weird hardware? He did it by putting the payload in memory from Ocarina of Time. Holy shit. Absolute N64 legend over here. In front of the table, a terrifying scene was unveiling. The defendant hacked at the ranch owner's chest with the saw she was holding. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, you get your followers just beeping the rest of the trial. Holy shit. You were there at the exact time of the murder, Your Highness? That is correct. That's impossible. You're lying. Oh, the defendant will curb her outbursts. You're addressing royalty. This is really bad. What now? Ask about the crime scene. Ask about what was outside. As accuser of the crime. What? Ask about the crime scene. Where was the victim and the defendant at this time? The ranch owner was in front of a little table that's directly across from the entrance door. The defendant was right in front of him and quickly fainted after her attack. A large pool of blood started forming where the victim was. I had a rather good view of the whole scene. Right. It's as unfortunate as it is fortunate that you could see the whole thing in such detail. Now, please continue. Should I ask something else? What was outside? Pretty sure Zelda did it. Are you sure there wasn't anyone else at the ranch, Your Highness? No, the place looked empty. Although I did later see a worker pull up a loaded wagon when a courier came asking about milk shipments. So about his alibi. He caused a little bit of a scene when the Sheikah force started inspecting it. That worker must have been somewhere else on the ranch, I suppose. Hey, the ranch is pretty large. Said worker was inside a building on the other side. Is his alibi just his word? His alibi is shrinking by the moment. It's quite understandable she wouldn't have seen him until later. Drat, this really doesn't give me a whole lot to work with. Alright, nothing left but to accuse her of the crime. Well, if you were there alone, how can we know you didn't do it? Accusing the princess? Pathetic. The defense is truly grasping at straws. You fool. You think a child could overpower a grown adult? One who does hard manual labor every day? He said you fool and it made me want an ice trap to appear around Link. And besides, why would the princess even want to take the life of a measly ranch owner? And not just any ranch owner, one that the crown had a most successful business relationship with. Idiotic, simply idiotic. Well, maybe the crown wanted the ranch for themselves? Has the defense lost their mind? Cease this line of questioning immediately. And what does Zelda think about all this? Perhaps a penalty will disabuse the defense from further unsubstantiated accusations? There it is. They knew what I wanted before I even knew I wanted it. Then perhaps the defense wants them to bid farewell to their head. I hear traitors are dealt with swiftly these days. Gulp. I extend my most sincere apologies. Was that the drinking sound effect that was just cut instead of like gulp, gulp, gulp to just a single? Bravo, no notes. I don't know what came over me. Nonetheless, I believe a penalty is still very much warranted. No! Well, that was a stupid thing to say. There is definitely something off about her statement, though. Ace Attorney Randomizer. You have to convict the right person with randomized evidence. Yeah, good luck. I need to read Wikipedia pages about N64 peripherals I didn't know exist till just now that are supported by this game. That's enough. Huh. Okay. I was overcome with fear and I screamed. I'll never forget what I saw. Are you sure you got a good look then, Your Highness? You didn't look away in panic? That's just regular, Ace Attorney. The princess was very brave to take control of the situation the way she did. There is no need to doubt what she saw. Yes, I suppose what she did was admirable. If only we'd arrived earlier. Your Highness, don't blame yourself for this. If you'd arrived earlier, you could have been the one that got attacked. Ha! So you would have lashed out at anyone trying to stop you, huh? Despicable. That's not what she meant, and you know it. That's like a verbatim line used in Ace Attorney. Princess, please go on. Very well. Hey, Buster. I'm gonna say this new Pokemon game looks weird. Yeah, this is a weird Pokemon ROM hack. I heard Tal and his daughter were incredibly kind. I cannot believe she would commit such horrible violence. Hopefully Old Bag isn't here. Would that be the, Kotake? What's her name? The two witches, the witch ladies. Would that be the Old Bag? Tingle? Dampé Old Bag. No, Dampé would be, I don't know who Dampé would be. He would just be the guy you talked to at the investigation. Kotake and Koume. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, two Old Bags. Trust your heart, Your Highness. You know Melon didn't do this. What nonsense. Tingle's dad could be someone. What nonsense. Her heart, what do her organs have to do with anything? Oh, of course. Evidence and testimony be damned just because we feel the defendant must be innocent. Well, if you're sure that I declare today's verdict, have you gone senile, old man? It was a joke, much like the arguments the defense has been presenting. I can't believe the princess would lie like this. Yeah, it really is shocking. You don't believe her, right? Even if she's the princess, that means nothing. I didn't do it. To trust authority or your best friend? I'll need something very concrete to disprove what the princess is saying. What do I have? I arrived at Longland Ranch a little after 8. Oh, because there was that, yeah. So you couldn't have seen him because he was already dead. He was already dead. Well, autopsy report. So the question is, I'm gonna present it on this. I don't think it would be on the stabby stab. I'm gonna try that. I do have my badge. Your Honor, Your Highness, I believe I found something that doesn't quite match up with the facts. How dare you question the princess? That is... You will let the defense speak, prosecutor. I think I see why you so desperately wanted to prevent this cross-examination now. Your Highness, you stated that you arrived at the ranch shortly after 8 a.m., correct? Yes, the visit was scheduled for 8:30 exactly, but we were quite a bit early. I see. That makes something you mentioned quite impossible. As stated by the autopsy report, the victim definitely died before 8 a.m. You couldn't have seen the defendant attack the ranch owner when you arrived, because the victim was already dead by then. And the ranch has a cuckoo clock that was going, it's now 8 a.m. There was a Sheikah slate, or a Mask of Truth stone slab that was telling you the time. It was the clock, Your Honor. Order, order. Yes, you've really caught her in a lie. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? The perfume was the clock. While I wholeheartedly respect and serve the crown, I will nonetheless not tolerate lies in my court. I have not lied, I suppose I did not see the exact moment it happened. I guess I only thought I did. Princess, this is a matter of life and death. I definitely saw the defendant there, though, along with the body. There's no one else who could have done it. I remember all the other details correctly. The body's on the floor, the pool of blood. Whoa. I accidentally... I did want to see how they handled... This is excellent. You have to believe me. Perhaps it's best if Her Highness revises her testimony. Nah, it's not good. There's still not enough doubt to overturn this testimony. I'll have to find something else or this case will be over. You gotta believe me, pal. What I actually saw. I'm sorry for embellishing the truth a little bit. She just got excited. I did not see the actual moment of the attack, but it had to have happened shortly before I went into the ranch house. Miss Mountain and her father were the only ones at the scene of the crime, so she must be the culprit. I don't know why she's so insistent on this fact. I see. They use the transfer pack on this? What would they use the transfer to transfer the save data? Why does this support the transfer pack? What do you mean? Does this support the Pokemon cartridge reader? That's a peripheral. That if they're like, yeah, you'll find out. Okay. You only saw the aftermath of the scene, not the actual crime being committed. Very well. Hopefully there are no issues in your testimony this time. Defense, it's time for your cross-examination. That is the transfer pack. Oh, I was thinking of the is it the controller pack? The thing that holds save data cartridge. Gotcha. I'm gonna look it up at the end. Okay. Naturally, Your Honor. And the rumble pack. Dragmire still looks pretty angry. I bet he didn't expect such a blatant contradiction to pop up. If I could just find another one like that, the princess's testimony would become completely untrustworthy in the eyes of the judge. Was it the memory? Oh, memory pack. Okay. There's a secret unlocked from Game Boy save data. I'm sorry for embellishing the truth a little bit. Just call the control. Okay. It's been many years. Thank you. I did not see the actual moment of the attack. Okay. I'm sorry for embellishing the truth. You think? Why did you do that, Your Highness? There's a life on the line here. I really am sorry. I suppose I got a bit too excited about being a witness in an actual murder trial. Really now. Most people hate testifying. Yes, well, the life of a princess is rather boring, you know. This is quite the break from the routine for me. Should just get a hobby then. I did not see the actual moment of the attack. In that case, it can't be conclusively proven the defendant did it. Defense, did you exhaust your singular brain cell on that last contradiction you found? There's a Death Mountain's worth of evidence pointing to the defendant. Nice. Just because no one saw the actual moment of the crime doesn't mean anyone else could have done it. I think you're making a Death Mountain out of a Death Molehill. Oh. That just reminds me of the mole men from Skyward Sword, and now I'm upset. But it had to have happened shortly before I went into the ranch house. Yeah. Cartridges are officially game packs. Gotcha. Oracle of Ages or Oracle of Seasons, Dad? What the? Okay. How can you be so sure of that, Princess? Well, excuse. Nice. My beginning of the millennium, right? This is nuts. Well, when I entered the ranch house, the victim still had the murder weapon embedded into his body. What? It's obvious what that means, is it not? The killer did not even have enough time to try to hide the weapon. But then when did it get cleaned? I might not have seen the murder firsthand, but I must have been very close to doing so.
Oh my, this seems like a very important detail. I think it would be advisable for Her Highness to amend her testimony.
Certainly, Your Honor. Interesting. Dragmeyer certainly doesn't look very happy about this development, does he? Thinking about it, I might just know why. With my one brain cell. The weapon was still stuck in the body after all. Generic third-party controller pack said memory card. Gotcha. I think we only had one first-party controller pack. We had a third-party controller, but mostly first-party peripherals. That doesn't necessarily mean that my client was the one to do it, though. What if someone else had snuck in before Malin and the princess arrived? Well, I suppose... It got stuck in my controller. There's a cheat code. Okay, cool. We'll get to that. I appreciate it. Lon Lon Ranch is surrounded by high walls, and the only way in is through a self-locking gate. Not very many people have a key to that gate, just the personnel and the crown. I mean, it was open when I went there. Thanks, Polish. That's the Nintendo 64. Well, someone could have forced their way in.
Bah, if you wish to propose such a possibility, you must substantiate it with evidence.
Do you have any proof another person showed up at the ranch house before the princess? Well, we have Malin's word that the gate was busted in a part, but that's not in the court record. So I don't know if I can actually say yeah. I don't know if I can say yeah to that right now. I don't? Not right now. Maybe we'll try that later if nothing else works. I don't have anything of the sort. There must be another angle I can attack this from.
Very well, witness. Since the defense has wisely chosen to stay silent, please continue your testimony.
Miss Malin and her father were the only ones at the scene of the crime, so she must be the culprit. Are you sure Malin was the only person there other than the victim? From what I recall, there's an upstairs room at the ranch house. What if someone was hiding there?
Don't be stupid, defense. If someone was hiding up there, the Sheikah force would have found them.
I stood guard at the door the entire time. No one could have left. What if they jumped out a window? Do not be ridiculous. Those windows are very high up. Tell me Ingo has like a giant cast on his leg.
Oh, you know, the horses stepped on me.
Who knows? Actually, those windows can't even be opened. They'd have to break one to leave. Tell me there's shards of broken glass in a milk jug. Come on. Right. Damn it. Well, this is a little more plausible than the last testimony she gave. Yes, I suppose it matches the detective's account, doesn't it? Thanks, Wangry. I feel like something here still sticks out like a sore thumb. Which part is it? Sorry, but telling the truth. Did not see the actual moment of the attack, but it had to have happened shortly before I went in the ranch house. Where everyone was still saying, yeah, I mean, I can just present a thing about the blood. How come it didn't have no blood? How come it didn't have no blood? I believe I found another reason to doubt the witness's words, Your Honor. It seems the prosecution sees what I'm getting at here. There was a bloody cloth discovered at the scene of the crime. The prosecution has argued before that it was used to wipe the saw clean. If the princess saw the saw lodged into Talon's body and the crime scene was left intact, then it couldn't have been wiped. Yeah. Now I get the cool background. Well, Prosecutor Dragmeyer, care to explain?
This is most perplexing. Your Highness, are you sure that's what you saw?
Maybe the princess decided to pull the saw out in a valiant yet futile attempt to save the victim? Don't lead the witness and then wipe the blade clean. That would be almost like framing the defendant. Of course I did no such thing. I made sure the crime scene stayed intact. So then he wasn't killed by the saw. I guess I must have made up the memory about the saw sticking out of Mr. Talon as well.
You idiotic girl. A female idiot? Do you even realize what you've done through your bumbling?
I'm sorry. I was just so excited to stand as witness in court just this once. Whenever I try telling my father about anything, he always seems so disinterested. A female princess? Just this once, I wanted to feel listened to. The defendant, it is clear that she did it. I just wanted to play a larger part in her capture. I don't like this Princess Zelda. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you all.
Get out of this court. Get out of here.
A female idiot, you rang.
Stop it.
Oh, girl, same.
Your Highness, the court is no place for silly games.
Well, that's still perjury. To the dungeons.
As it stands, I'm afraid we will have to strike your statements from the court record completely.
Yes, I did it. The prosecution lost their key witness. Is Zelda a fucking Larry in this game? She feels more like a Lotta than a Larry. Of just like Larry falls ass backwards into kind of helping us eventually sometimes. Lotta's the one who's just like, I might have embellished a little bit, but here's what happened. So, yeah. No, please wait. I have more to say. So who's Gumshoe? Impa. I was wrong about the crime scene, but I still have not testified about what I saw afterwards.
Bah. Why would we care about that? It's best that you leave and stop damaging my case with your idiocy.
Even if you are not interested in my words, you might be interested in the evidence I found.
What?
Huh?
Evidence?
Of course. While the Sheikah Force investigated inside the ranch house, I looked around the rest of the ranch on my own. So you stood guard, Sheikah Force shows up, and you're like, I'm gonna walk around on my own. Okay?
Sheikah, did you know about this?
Of course I did. You did? Pocket evidence.
I'll have your head for this. Order, order. What is the meaning of this, detective? Why have you withheld this from the court?
It's quite simple. The princess specifically requested to present her finding on her own.
What? And you agreed to this? This court is not some playground where children decide when evidence should be presented just because they have a crown.
I think that is how the royalty works, though. He's being rude about it, but I can't help but agree with Dragmire on this. Also, I don't really buy this story. There's no way Impa would have allowed this. Believe me, I wasn't thrilled with the request either. However, after seeing the evidence in question, I didn't think it would be all that important to the case. Thus, I let the princess have her fun.
This is highly irregular. I'm not sure how to feel about this. Prosecutor, how should I feel about this? Naturally, I object to this nonsense. If the detective thinks it's irrelevant, then this is probably just a waste of time. All the evidence points to the defendant. It's still clear she did it even without a witness at the scene. I see. Defense?
What do we do? If we object to presenting the evidence, then Dragmire loses his key witness. Plus, whatever the princess presents could be bad for our case, too. So we should agree with the prosecution? Well, on the other hand, we don't really have much to go on. This could be our only lead left.
Well, don't keep us waiting. Surely, you won't throw away all the progress you've made thus far.
What do? I want the evidence. Emulating Eastern. Oh, yeah. It's not just like, oh, it's Zelda and Link and that's the bit. It's like, no, this is actually a compelling case with the same kind of beats as you would expect. Without just being like, you know, play by numbers. It's just, I'm so impressed by this. I really hope this is the right choice. The defense requests that the evidence is presented.
What?
While I agree the situation is irregular, we should still examine all evidence available. It would be silly to dismiss it as irrelevant without even seeing what it is.
I do believe you have a point, defense. However, I must warn you, in order to admit this piece of evidence into the court record, The princess's statement that she found it must be admitted as testimony along with everything else she might say.
Yes, Your Honor, I am well aware. The defense wishes to give the princess just one more chance.
Of all the idiotic, foolish... Order. Very well, then. Your Highness, please testify once more about the new piece of evidence you found during your own investigation.
Thank you. I will not let you down this time. Maybe, probably.
The princess should understand the gravity of the situation at hand now.
I'm just hoping this new evidence isn't damaging to our case.
Come on, princess, what'd you got? What'd you find? You're gonna shake her around like a rat.
My findings? I wish to express my most heartfelt apologies for my mistakes in the earlier testimony. Upon entering the ranch house, I saw the defendant passed out in front of the victim who was bleeding out. I stood guard at the entrance of the ranch house until the Sheikah force arrived. Once the Sheikah started investigating the crime scene, I decided to take a look around the ranch. While I was walking near the silo, I noticed a strong odor in the air. I had to stop to see where it was coming from. Was it a cow patty? What are you talking about? I followed the scent and found a burned out fire nearby and a small, nearly empty bottle of lamp oil. It was Morshu from the CDI game. It wasn't Ingo at all. Ropes. Bombs? I, of course, took the bottle straight to the head detective. Sneef, sneef. There it is. There it is. There's the Morshu. And here it is. The oil bottle I found. Got a little bit of piss in it. Is something wrong? Oh no, this might actually be completely irrelevant. Is it though?
Well, of course there is, foolish girl. This has nothing to do with anything. Your great finding is some random fire on a ranch? Please. What's next? Are you going to declare every rake on the premises suspicious?
Dragmire, yeah. Thanks for this.
The prosecution will calm down. This is bad.
Your Honor, despite the fact that this evidence might not seem to add anything at the moment, the defense still asserts its right to a cross-examination. Some straws have been grasped. Bring every rake to the stand, and don't step on them.
Why must you insist on this charade, defense? The princess has merely recounted the same view of the crime scene as the head detective. You haven't been able to find any contradictions in her statements.
No, well, I believe there might be a way to tie the princess's new evidence into the case.
Ridiculous. Regardless of what the prosecution thinks, the defense does have a right to a cross-examination. The court admits the oil bottle into evidence. I just really hope this isn't a complete waste of time, defense, for both your own sake and your clients.
Thanks, Your Honor. There we go. Thanks, chat. I'd like to bring this rake to the my findings. I'm sorry. He played tennis with my objection.
There's no need to press the princess for her apology. You already wasted the chance to throw out her testimony. Yes, defense. Please get to the point.
Yikes. First person inspection sections? I believe it's just this court case, but that would be nuts. Upon entering the ranch house, I saw the defendant pass out in front of the victim who was bleeding out. Considering there are actual ace attorney cases where it's just court, you know, it's not. It feels definitely in line. Was there anything else in the room? Only the beautiful little crystal bottle I mentioned before. The house was rather barren. There weren't like a dozen cuckoos jumping around. Most of our things are on the top floor since downstairs room is mostly used for ranch business these days. And the occasional game. Ah, of course. There it is. Dad's famous Cuckoo game. Kept waiting for them to reference it. The good old days.
Is the defense done reminiscing? There will be plenty of time to do that when the defendant's behind bars.
I was just trying to distract myself from the fact that there's nothing to latch onto here. Oh yeah, this is already such an obscene amount of work. Doing even a small investigation would have expanded the scope of this project like 1,000-fold. I stood guard at the entrance of the ranch house until the Sheikah force arrived. Did anything happen during that time? No, not that I recall. The guards did occasionally protest and ask me to let them take over, but I held my stance.
While commendable in theory, staying in the same room as a dangerous killer isn't very wise. What if she woke up and lashed out at you? Sweet highly up above!
That thought did not occur to me.
Bah, of course not. Foolish girl.
But the guards did stand close by. I would have been safe.
Wonderful to see how much faith our princess has in our royal guard.
Of course I do. In any case, once the Sheikah started investigating the crime scene, I looked around the ranch. Hey, that's the noise I make while I investigate the ranch. As I somersault around. You didn't just go home. The royal visitation was supposed to last a lot longer. Father was not expecting us back at the castle until much later. I came to the ranch to examine the horses, so I supposed I could at least do that in the meantime. How long did it take the Sheikah to arrive at the scene? It does not take very long to make the trip from Hyrule Castle Town to Lon Lon Ranch. I cannot imagine it was more than 20 minutes.
That is pretty fast.
Although I imagine the fact that the princess was involved helped speed it up.
Slowpokes. I would be there in half that time, running backwards even.
Bravo, bravo. I suppose it's no surprise, though.
Hylian horses are naturally inferior to our fine Gerudo steeds.
Absolutely amazing. The Gerudo buy horse. Just don't bother. He's trying to rile you up. They buy horses from our ranch to you.
Nah.
Von Karma style. Oh yeah, he's definitely Von Karma inspired. He's just missing the, like, grabbing his arm. While I was walking near the silo, I noticed a strong odor in the air. A lot of his poses are very Edgeworth, of course. But also Edgeworth got that from, it's fine. I had to stop to see where it was coming from. A strong odor on a ranch? Princess, this is telling testimony. What was the smell like? Have you been on a ranch before? It was awful, a really terrible stench.
Surely you don't mean to say that you found the smell of horse manure suspicious?
Do not be ridiculous. The smell was not coming from the horses. He still has a tennis injury in his shoulder. I followed the scent and I found a bottle of lamp oil. A fire, huh?
Now let me remind you, Defense, that there's any number of reasons why a fire could have been there. You can still feel the cold grasp of death early in the morn.
Princess, how long would you estimate the fire been out before you found it? You know what this should have... I guess there's still time for it to happen. To be like, hold on, let's have someone run over to Lon Lon Ranch and have, like, the postman jumping backwards. Let's go there and come back and we'll recess. I don't know if I want the case to go on for that long for that to be a thing, but that would be fun. All right, there was still smoke rising out of the ashes, so it must have been put out recently. So around the time of the crime. Supposed to be a great witness. Yep. There would be some, like, latent crossover shenanigans. That game had some of the most unhinged witnesses.
So someone prepared their breakfast there. I repeat, this fire is irrelevant.
I think he's realized the same thing I did. Well, who was it? Who could have lit that fire anyway? Whose fire is it anyway? It would have to have been the ranch worker who was putting the milk shipments together at the time. It was almost certainly him. If you really want to ask about his little barbecue, you might just get your wish soon. Doesn't sound like it was very appetizing. But without anything concrete to pin on him, he'll just be able to brush it off. I, of course, took the bottle straight to the head detective. I was cockroach for sure. Hey, how you doing? And she allowed you to present it. I get a feeling it's evil. What? The prosecutor? Nah. I was the one to find it. And since I was going to the trial anyway. Thanks, maybe.
Utter ridiculousness.
Yes. Please make this the last time you do something like this, Your Highness. Proper procedures exist for a reason. Yes, I understand.
Defense, I believe that is enough.
was gonna say, I don't really have much to go on.
It doesn't seem like you're getting any closer to finding a connection between this fire and the crime at all. No, I suppose not, Your Honor. Naturally, I've said this was a waste of time from the beginning. In that case, this cross-examination is over. Thank you for your time, Your Highness. I assume you have no more revelations to share with us?
No, I do not. I really thought this fire would be important.
Leave my sight.
Enough. Your Highness, if you'd allow me to escort you back to Hyrule Castle. Very well.
Now that the princess's little game is over, we should move this along. The prosecution's stance is still the same, of course. We maintain that the evidence on its own is enough to convict the defendant. I do believe I'm nearly ready to hand down my verdict.
But, Your Honor, there's nothing that definitively shows that Malin committed the crime. This is all circumstantial. There's no way she could kill her own father.
Ah, that is an excellent point, defense. The prosecution has yet to elaborate on the defendant's motive.
The talking sound effects from Harvest Moon? Oh. I was trying to think. I was like, this doesn't sound like the normal Ace Attorney sound. It doesn't sound like it's from Ocarina. If it's from Harvest Moon, that's nice. That's nice. Thanks, Ravenlight. Have a good day. Thank you. Prepare the shipments and also light and put out a fire. Right? What a hard worker.
Patricide is not something a person commits lightly.
Light arrows, Lee.
I did briefly touch on the subject during my opening statement, but naturally, the prosecution is fully prepared to elaborate on the matter. I would like to call in my third witness.
That has to be the ranch worker.
The Happy Mask Salesman. Before calling him in, though, the prosecution will request a brief recess to prepare.
I thought you said you were already prepared. Maybe he wants to double check that his new witness doesn't pull anything weird like the princess did.
Very well. I do believe a break would benefit us all. The court will reconvene after a 15-minute recess. I'm going to the Bombchu bowling alley.
Oh my god, there is actually a recess in here? Christ. March 17th, 11:17 a.m. Hyrule Grand Court. Lobby number 3. It's not going all that well, is it?
What do you mean? It's going so good.
No, I think that went about as well as it could have, actually, given the circumstances. We exposed the worst of the princess's testimonies untrue.
I can't believe she just makes stuff up like that.
Yeah, that was surprising. Still, the issue is that we didn't manage to shake the core of the argument. If only there was anyone else in that house. Now, there's no need to look so glum. Oh, Impa. Detective, aren't you supposed to be escorting the princess back? The carriage is being prepared. I thought I'd drop by in the meantime. You've really managed to make Dragmire furious, you know. I have? If you listen carefully, you just might be able to hear him ranting over in the prosecutor's lobby. There he is. Ah! He's really giving his upcoming witness a grilling. Expect him to try to shut you down as fast as he can. Well, that would be worrying if I had anything he could shut down in the first place, I guess. Oh, but you do.
What do you mean?
Oh, come on now. I'm talking about the princess's grand discovery, of course. The fire? I wasn't able to do anything with that. You really think it's relevant? Don't get me wrong, at present, I'm convinced the girl did it. We investigated and came to this conclusion for a reason. But I am willing to explore every possibility. That fighter is definitely a bit strange, and I dare say it may be your only way out of this. If I may be so bold, I think you should press the next witness on that topic hard. As the only other person working on the ranch at that time, he is the only one who could have lit that fire. If he's hiding something, I think the court deserves to know. Thing is, next testimony is about the motive. It's gonna be difficult to bring up the fire again without Dragmire objecting. You'll have to make it work. As much as I don't like it, she's right. There really isn't a whole lot else to go on here. Well, thank you. Don't mention it. One last thing. You, ranch girl. Me? Try not to hold that testimony against the princess. Believe me, I'm sure she was acting with the best of intentions in mind. You know the road to the Dark Realm is paved with those, right? Perhaps. And sometimes it's a big gay bridge to Ganon. It was definitely a serious lapse of judgment, one she will live to regret. Part of this comes from the fact that she's rather sheltered and inexperienced. After the sudden death of her older sister last year, she was thrust into the role of an heir very suddenly. That's right, the mysterious death of the firstborn Princess Zelda. Oh! Hyrule still grieves after the events of that day. 2 of them? And yet no one knows what exactly happened. In the void of information, conspiracy theories run amok. People blaming the royal guard, the Sheikah, even the king himself. Something about her face planted on the steps there is kind of funny though. The princess will soon have a whole kingdom's worth of troubles on her shoulders. For a kingdom with a history as turbulent as ours, it's a lot to handle. The princess's conduct today probably won't help with the distrust some people have of the crown right now though. She's wise beyond her years. She will learn and she will be better. I simply ask that you don't think of her as an enemy, whatever comes of this trial. She does not need more than she already has. Wow, she's so intense. I never expected to see Impa get so emotional. I guess all this is why she decided to take the blame for the princess's impromptu investigation. Detective Impa? Oh. What is it, soldier? I'm quite busy at the moment, so please be quick. The investigation team back at the ranch has just sent word of a new development. Something about a milk shipment being returned to the ranch because of a wrong recipient address? They're asking you to come over to see it. Oh, those idiots. I don't have time for this. Send someone else. I have to escort the princess to the castle. Roger. Whoop. That did remind me, though. I took this bottle of milk from a couple guards who were slacking on the job earlier. Here, ranch girl. Perhaps it'll help calm your nerves somewhat. Not to worry, it's still unopened. Oh? Thank you. That's nice of her. Too bad for those guards, though. Maybe a ghost did it. Now then, I believe the princess's carriage should be prepared by now. If you'll excuse me. Yup. I think I'm so nervous right now. Milk has just lost its flavor. I'm glad my theory about broken glass being in the milk was wrong, because I just got really worried. Lost its flavor? But Lon Lon milk is always so tasty. Are you sure it's just nerves? Let me try some. Huh. You're right. I assume this would have come from one of yesterday's shipments? Probably. With the investigation at the ranch, there wouldn't be any today, so... maybe it just isn't fresh. Room temp milk's been out since morning. Yeah, that's the stuff. No, I don't think so. It doesn't really taste as if it's gone bad. Also, the guard said that one of yesterday's shipments was misaddressed, didn't he? And this was all handled by Ingo, wasn't it? I think there's something odd going on. Better make some notes about this in the court record. Scribble, scribble, scribble. Defense, the court is about to reconvene. Escort your client back to the courtroom at once. Alright. This really is a history. I know. It comes down to this. The conclusion's approaching. Time to turn this situation around. That was from the milk, right? Canonically. Get that racist snowman out of my courtroom. Court is back in session for the trial of Malin at Lon Lon Ranch. Of Lava. I trust the prosecution's final witness is ready. Naturally, I have personally seen to it that there will be no foolishness this time around. Hopefully his ears are intact. As we discussed before the recess, having established the opportunity and means for the defendant to have committed the murder, only one matter remains. The matter of motive. For, naturally, such a heinous crime couldn't be the result of mere happenstance. The prosecution believes the defendant had a deep desire that pushed her to patricide. Our next witness can shed light on the matter. I'm sorry, I just love the music so much. Fascinating. Very well, please proceed. Soundbite of all time. So the prosecution calls the ranch worker Ingo to the stand. Last opportunity, so 3 more hours. As long as we don't hear the phrase diplomatic immunity. Excellent. Using, like, pleasing Ingo as his animation is so good. It's funny to see Mr. Ingo in such fancy clothes. Oh? Yeah, he almost always just wears his work dungarees. It's almost like looking at a different person. Are there two Ingos? The work of two men? Are there two? Are there two of them? Is Majora's Mask Ingo a different guy than Ocarina of Ingo? Anyway, I guess he wanted to dress up for court, and he wouldn't want to get this nice outfit dirty by working in it. Ingo and Ongo. Although I don't know how they would hide if there actually were two Ingos on the ranch. There's only like 3 people there. Be pretty obvious if there was another person around. Quiet defense. Duolingos. Witness, state your name and occupation. Did he burn his clothes? Oh. Fries all rational thought. It does. You gotta think stupid. Ingo and Outgo. Your Honor, great honorable prosecutor. Oh, this is great. My name is Ingo. I mind London Ranch. Mind? What does that entail exactly? I'm mostly there to work on the structures and equipment. The owner and his daughter are the ones who tend to the animals and take care of orders. How long have you been working at the ranch? It'll be several years at this point. There have been others who came and went, but I, Ingo, have persevered through all the hardships. Sounds like he wants a medal for it. Well, he does get a bit pompous at times, but Mr. Ingo really is a great help. He built the ranch's silo single-handedly. Is the fact that in Ocarina of Time, there's a hidden hidey hole you can crawl through going to become important in this case? I'm thinking yeah, and I really hope that's where they're going with this. He built the ranch's silo. Whoa, that's some dedication. The one that, yeah, there's the little, you pull a box out of the way and crawl into a hole. Very well. Given that you're clearly an important employee, you are privy to some inside information, is that correct? Submit your copy of Ocarina evidence. That's weird. We submitted the evidence, and when the detectives inspected it, there was no save data. But just now we put it into the N64 in the courtroom, and there's a save file that's half completed with the name Ben on it. That's interesting, Your Honor. What's that? What's that about? The ranch owner shared all the big plans with me. He trusted me implicitly. He used to say that we're like a big family. That sounds lovely. That sounds like a red flag that you're gonna get loads of unpaid overtime. Yeah. Real? Yeah, real. Evidently, not every member of your so-called family felt the same way, though, did they? It hurts to do this, but I have no choice. Hear my story, honorable court of law. If your employer calls you family, run. What's his opinion on water? Big fan of water. Thirstiest boy alive. Question mark. Just a couple days ago, the owner, Talon, partly signed the ranch over to his daughter, Malin. Talon became a life tenant, with Malin meant to inherit all the assets after his death. As long as Talon lived, Malin could not sell the ranch. It's simple, isn't it? The girl killed Talon to get full ownership and leave the dingy ranch life behind. It's appalling how ungrateful she is after all Talon did for her. Ooh, look at him go. Really good animation. And there you have it. Testimony from a man who just lost everything. It's truly tragic to witness yet another family torn apart by greed. We have evidence. We have the defendants caught red-handed at the scene of the crime, and now we have a motive. It's literally her livelihood. How do we know he's telling the truth? I have, of course, verified the witness's testimony. As per the law, all inheritance documents must be filed at the Castletown Notary Office to be considered valid. I saw fit to prepare this for the trial. Prosecution would like to submit the Lon Lon Ranch inheritance document into evidence. Let me take a look at that real quick. Mr. Ingo, out you. Hold on. Link, wait, hold on. Malin will inherit the ranch if she is unable to divide the deed between the crown and remaining employees. Oh, well, that's an important detail to not have mentioned in court. Well, we got his motive. You should pass judgment now, Judge. The defense has nothing. I would like to cross-examine the witness. There are a few more details I feel are relevant. He does have an attorney's badge. The light medallion, which is so good. Of course, ask whatever you'd like. I, the hardworking Ingo, can't handle it.
Very well, defense. Please begin.
Imagine getting all the evidence from the start. That would be wild. It would also be a more difficult game. The cases where they give you a ton of evidence are actually harder cases, because you're like, wait, what connects to what? And then, well, just a couple days ago, the owner part. My badge. How long ago was this exactly?
3-4 days. I'm not sure of the exact date.
I bet you aren't. Had it been planned for a long time?
Talon was getting on in years. Better to take care of the matter sooner than later, eh?
Malin? He's telling the truth. Father scheduled a visit to the notary office about a week ago. What do you mean by partly, witness?
Talon became a life tenant. Malin meant to inherit all the assets after death.
So Malin hadn't become the ranch owner yet?
Why, of course not. Haven't you heard all the stories making rounds recently? So many ungrateful brats throwing their old folks into retirement homes the moment ownership signed to them. Talon was no fool. I myself convinced him that it was the safer option. If the girl was up to some chicanery, he could always revert his decision.
That's horrible. I'd never do that.
As much as I'd like to believe that, you did much worse by killing him. Children these days, you feed them, you raise them, and they pull a stunt like this as soon as you give them an inch of yourself. I must concur, the younger generation is horrible.
Why'd he look at me while saying that?
You zoomer. Anyway, what that meant was, as long as Talon lived, Malin could not sell the ranch.
Oh yeah, he's the murderer. 1000%. If Ingo's not the murderer, then I don't know. Just, why would Malin want to sell the ranch right now?
Why wouldn't she want to? Why would a pretty little girl like her want to work on some dingy ranch? She'd have it much better if she sold the old place and used the money to move to Castletown.
That's not true. I love working with the animals. I wouldn't leave them for anything.
Wah. She's often slacking on the job while I, the hard-working Ingo, have to cover for her. I guess the Deku nut doesn't fall far from the tree, as they say. That Talon loved to sleep on the job, too. Ho ho.
I thought the judge was asleep for a second. The way he looked like he was like kind of leaning to the side with his eyes closed.
I do recall a quite funny story about the Lon Lon Ranch owner blocking the side entrance to Hyrule Castle for an entire day once.
Nut. Cause I nut.
The guards couldn't wake him up. It took a particularly vocal cuckoo, apparently.
Ah, jeez.
Well, there you go. I'm the real reason why the ranch has such renown. Me, the hard-working Ingo.
Link, that's not true at all. I know, but how do I stop this?
It's simple. The girl killed Talon to get full ownership.
Don't talk about Talon's nuts like that. Do you really think Malin would go that far?
I don't want to think it, but clearly the events speak for themselves, don't they?
Why wouldn't she just wait a few more years then? You know, it's quite easy to skip through 7 years. Just go to law school.
Well, Talon was getting older. Perhaps she knew more and more work would be piling onto her. But really, how am I supposed to know? Ask her.
That's all right. Well, if Malin didn't want to work, wouldn't she have done this earlier? As Talon's only child, she'd still inherit the ranch.
Muhaha, that's where you're wrong. For a long while, Talon planned to split the ranch between the girl and the crown. He was a patriotic man. He knew how much those horses meant to the royal guard. I wish he hadn't changed his mind now.
Is this true? Yeah, father's previous inheritance document did work that way.
How admirable. I guess familial bonds won over his drive to help the kingdom. Truly a shame. Yes, naturally, the girl wanted the whole thing, so she bided her time. I think this sufficiently explains the timing. Let's continue, shall we?
It blinded me! Deku nut falling out of tree. Flashbang. Wait just a moment. There's one more problem with the timing that I'd like the witness to explain. Why would Malin have planned the murder for the day of the royal visitation specifically? More people around means more witnesses. You'd think she would have chosen any other day.
Oh, did I forget to mention this? I overheard Talon arguing with her that very morning. He was telling her he changed his mind again. He was planning to tell the king that he'd be signing the ranch over to the crown. After the visitation was over, he'd head to Castletown to change the inheritance back to the original split.
That seems like the most damning evidence. Why are you waiting till now?
Right?
Because that's how it works in Ace Attorney, is the answer.
Despite the victim's wishy-washiness, it would appear he did make the right choice in the end. And because of that choice, if the defendant wanted to get the ranch, she had no time to waste that day.
Is this true too? Absolutely not. Father wasn't planning to do that, and there was no argument either. What to do about this argument then? Let's add to the testimony if we can prove it didn't happen. There was an argument? That sounds like an important fact to me. The defense requests to be added to the testimony.
Very well, witness, please do so.
I'd be happy to, Your Honor. Literally said he convinced them. I overheard them arguing about the inheritance that morning. About what time did this happen?
First thing in the morning, I was heading out to the silo to start the day's work.
The silo?
I just walked out the front door of the ranch house when I heard some yelling erupt behind me.
You remember any specifics about what was said?
Oh yes, it surprised me enough that I stopped to listen for a minute. It was all like, I'm really sorry, Balin, but the most important thing is to make sure the king will always have a steady supply of quality horses. I don't care. What about me, father? How can you do this to me? Malin, this isn't just about you. It's for the good of the entire kingdom. But what am I supposed to do? I can't move up in life if I'm stuck on this dump of a ranch forever. I thought you loved the ranch. All the animals are here, and Ingo's always around to help out with the chores too. He's pretty great, isn't he? Yeah, Ingo is awesome, but I still hate you for this. This isn't over. What a stirring reenactment. I will keep my thoughts on the witness's acting skills to myself.
There's no way this actually happened, though. Malin would never want to sell the ranch. Pretty solid evidence. That's pretty damning evidence, Malin. I don't know if I can get you out of this.
Of course she'd say that now, you buffoon.
Remember, she's under suspicion for murder. We can't trust the things she says. Well, I trust her, but the judge probably doesn't right now, and that's unfortunately what matters. That part was a last-minute addition. It's very good. Do I have anything in the court record that could refute that story?
If you ask me, this whole inheritance issue could have been avoided if the crown wasn't so soft. In Gerudo Desert, there would be no question that the fortress may seize whatever it desires.
That's just messed up.
No matter. Continue your testimony, farmhand. Share with us the true nature of the defendant. It's appalling how ungrateful she is after all Talon did for her. Did he just object? No, you hold it. That man gave everything for her. She has gotten so many expensive presents over the years. Just look at that golden necklace she's wearing. That man spoiled her rotten. In fact, I think I saw another present he was meaning to give her on the very day he was killed.
Another gift?
Why, yes, a little bottle of perfume, I believe. It's horrible. Talon was such a kind man. What happened to him is despicable.
Was that last statement important? Sure. Your Honor, the defense wishes to add the statement about the perfume to the testimony.
What are you doing, trying to implicate the defendant even harder?
I think it's an important detail.
The perfume is irrelevant. But I suppose the prosecution has no objections to strengthening our case. Very well, witness. Please add what you just said to your testimony. Talon often bought Malin gifts. I saw the latest one, some kind of perfume.
Where did you see this?
I think it was just lying around the ranch house. Talon probably intended to give it to Malin on the day he was killed.
Do you mean this witness?
Why, yes, that's exactly it. Looks very expensive. If only Talon had spent as much on his salary for me, the hard-working Ingo. I get up and leave to do work at the break of dawn every day, you know.
What's your relationship with this guy anyway? Well, he's been employed and living with us on the ranch for as long as I can remember, really. You know, I don't think he's ever skipped a day of work thinking about it. Not a single one. Talk about dedication. But even so, something's very much off here. She got us that evidence. Let's go, Zelda Redemption. Red Dead Zelda Redemption. So what if we with the perfume? See where this takes us. Termina.
Witness! What is it?
Just to confirm, you say that this bottle of perfume was bought for Malin by her father, correct?
What else would it be for? I assure you, Talon wasn't the type to indulge in perfumes. Far from it.
Well, you're wrong, witness.
Oh, is that so? Was the ranch owner truly a perfume connoisseur?
No, Your Honor. This bottle of perfume was bought for the princess. Huh? Opponent witness, do it game. If they want to go peak full Ace Attorney, we do need to get testimony from an animal. An opponent would be a good one.
So what, defense? Sure, it's technically a contradiction. What does the purpose of this bottle change? Yes, defense, I admit I'm confused as well. Please explain why this point is important.
Or Little Richard. We call Little Richard to this. Not Little Richard, just Richard. Earlier in the trial, Malin mentioned that Talon bought this perfume in preparation last minute. Isn't that right, Malin? Sure is. We had a gift for the king prepared when the news arrived it would actually be the princess making the visitation. Father quickly rode out into town to get a new gift. This info puts one thing into question. Talon's taste, somebody's movements, the princess's testimony, the movements. Someone's movements around the ranch are put in a serious doubt.
Someone's? Well, don't keep us waiting then, defense. Who is this person?
Naturally, the person whose movements become suspect is... Malin! Ingo, sorry man who works on the ranch, usually in work clothes, but he's dressed up nicely for court. Hiya! And by hiya, I mean hip. The witness himself. If you recall, this bottle of perfume, which had just been purchased, was found at the crime scene. A crime scene the witness supposedly never went to. He shouldn't have known about the bottle. Ah! Look at him go. He's hitting that Ned Flanders shit.
Order, order.
The defense raises a very valid point.
You simpleton, what is the meaning of this?
Well, witness, did you go to the scene of the crime at any point? Yeah, Anju's in the audience.
Of course I didn't. I was working in the silo all day.
I remember I saw the gift the day before the crime.
The girl's lying.
Talon must have gotten the gift the day before. You're the one who's lying. Father didn't leave the ranch at all that day.
One's word against another's. Defense, do you have any way to prove that your version of events is true?
Ask at the store. Find the receipt. Smell the perfume. We could just ask the store. Like, when did he come by? Why don't we send a soldier to ask the store owner when the bottle was bought?
Bah, do you know how many people visit that store?
It's worth a shot, my guy. It's inconceivable the owner would remember every random purchase. Turn the receipt over. There's no written in blood.
Any other ideas, defense?
I didn't take damage. So let's smell it. Why, we should just smell the perfume.
What?
All shall be revealed if we just smell it. Your Honor, if you would.
Well, if you say so, defense. Here goes. Oh, it's quite lovely.
Seems like Talon had quite the nose to pick this one out.
Great. You got the courtroom to smell like a Kiki's behind.
Do those smell nice? Is okay.
Now what? How does this prove anything, defense? Surely there was a purpose to this whole exercise.
That is, the smell is very strong, so the perfume can't be that old?
Perfumes have a longer shelf life than just a couple days, you idiot.
Right. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I was thinking that would accomplish.
Well, the courtroom smells nicer, but that won't get you out of this penalty.
Worth it.
This is just too good. Any other bright ideas?
Find the receipt. When you buy something, you usually get a receipt, and the receipt always shows the date of purchase. It might still be at the ranch house. I say we send someone out to look for it. Imagine if every time you bought a potion from a shop in Ocarina of Time, you're handed a paper receipt that lives in your inventory and takes up room. It's like, I can't pick up this letter for Zelda. I got a receipt from for this potion I bought. Father never throws receipts away. We have a drawer full of them. The perfume one should be right on top. Yeah, CVS receipt, just a mile long.
I believe this idea has some merit. Soldiers, rush out to the ranch house immediately and search for that receipt.
We got our wish. We're running out to get more evidence mid-trial. They're running backwards to get there faster. Receipt randomizer, Your Honor.
Yes? What is it, soldier? We have just received the receipt from the team stationed at the crime scene. Huh. But. Oh, very well, thank you. I shall now read it out. There's a lot writing on this. Ahem. From Tingle's Mysterious Smells.
Okay.
Ah, yes, I think I've seen that store. It's that eccentric-looking place in the back alley.
My boy's a store owner.
You couldn't miss the blinding neon colors if you tried. It's an utter eyesore.
Rosy Rupee Land, freshly picked.
The gall of this nobody running a monopoly in Hylian perfume is preposterous. Perhaps, but back to the matter at hand.
In the back alley.
The nerve of that dunderhead. Why would anyone ever shop at a store where the owner calls every other customer a fairy? Prosecutor? And the balloons! Oh, the balloons! That fool popped one right in my face. Prosecutor Dragmire, enough. Continuing on, purchased item 1 bottle, there it is, of Rosy Rupee Land.
Excellent. Game of all time.
Oh my! This is quite the price. Why, I would have to... Your Honor, please, the date of purchase. Yes, right. A date of purchase. Why, it's March 16th, the day of the murder.
The Idescent of March.
Order, order.
We support queer-owned businesses. Holy fuck. Oh, shit. Okay. Yes, we got him. Phew. I think we're finally getting somewhere.
Bah, this still doesn't mean anything. Perhaps the witness briefly went back to the ranch house for something and saw the bottle then.
Excellent.
Well, yes, that's it. I was getting thirsty, so went back to get a drink. Boy, does perfume not taste as good as it smells. I must have seen the bottle then.
Oh, come on. You think we're gonna believe that?
Do you have any proof that he didn't?
He did the work of 2 men on the ranch on the morning of the murder, and also had a fire in the silo and also had time to go into the ranch house? Yeah, we can prove he didn't do all that.
I believe this calls for further testimony. As the witness now claims to have visited the crime scene shortly before the murder, we should learn of his exact movements that day.
There we go.
Ah, my movements? Get a load of these moves. Well, all right. There's not a whole lot to say, though.
It's unfortunate that he managed to weasel out of that. But this next testimony will be full of lies. This is my chance. Burn proof lies on the fence. Same as it ever was. He has the power of 3 men. The 3rd man drank milk. My non-suspicious movements.
As was already stated, I had volunteered to work in the silo. At one point, I briefly went back to the ranch house to get myself a glass of water. I went back to the silo right after that and stayed there until the courier came. I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. At some point, the detective came and told me what happened. And wow, was that detective one fine woman.
Thank you, Ingo.
See, I haven't done anything to warrant suspicion. Eat my shoes, you brat.
I'll pass. Same as it ever did. There has to be something wrong in there. You can't put a flawless story together that quickly. Unless he was prepped by the prosecution, but no, that surely didn't happen. Imp was not interested. No. No, I don't think so. I volunteered to work at the silo. What were you doing?
Hey, JZ. Working on shipments and fulfilling orders. We send out crates of milk to milk bars all across the kingdom every day, you know.
Milk bars?
Naturally. Everyone loves a good drink, you know. And our milk is renowned as the best there is. I hear some others water theirs down. Despicable.
I see. I think you said earlier that your job is to work on the structures and equipment, though?
Indeed. Talon and the girl would usually be the ones overseeing milk orders.
Did he water down the milk to speed up the process? And that's why the milk didn't taste as good?
However, since the royal visitation wasn't happening that day, I felt they needed their minds unoccupied, so I took it upon myself to do it this time. After the murder, I got scared that the Sheikah Force's investigation would delay the shipment and that I, the great Ingo, would get the blame. Thankfully, it all went through fine.
Yeah, and you were so concerned with sending it off quickly that you wrote the wrong delivery address on it.
Ah, you Hylians, ridiculous. Getting tipsy from something like milk? Bet you couldn't handle even a sip of the Gerudo's noble pursuit, a real man's drink.
A real man's drink? Aren't most of the Gerudo women?
Speaking of drinks, I believe the witness was talking about how he had gotten himself a glass of water. Yes, of course. Moving all that heavy stuff around works up a sweat, you see. I got very thirsty. At one point, I briefly went back to the ranch house to get myself a glass of water.
A real woman's drink. You didn't think to just take a sip of the milk you were handling?
No, it wouldn't be right. That milk was for the customers, you see. I just didn't want to get in any trouble.
Thank you for the hydrate.
A truly honest man. How dare you suggest he would steal from his own workplace?
Right. So what did you see at the horse? At that house, not at the horse.
Nothing much. I got my drink and left. Still a lot of work to do, you see. I suppose I must have seen the perfume bottle then. In fact, yes, I remember it clearly now. It was there on the table, plain as day. Moo-ha!
Great.
What happened after that, witness? I went back to the silo after that and stayed there till the courier came.
And you were able to complete this so quickly on your own?
You don't know the might of the great Ingo. Hut, HIYAAA, pow, wham! I get things done in no time. I did almost break my back getting those crates out of the silo, though. There were so many, and all so heavy, it was like a puzzle in there. Anyway, that's not important. The point is, I haven't been back to the ranch house at all since then. Are you sure? Sure as can be, ma.
You never went back in even after the crime was discovered.
They wouldn't let me in. Preserving the crime scene or some such, I couldn't even get any of my things. After I was questioned, no one gave me half a glance. I had to sleep in the stables that night. It was terrible.
Is what you just said important? Yeah, probably. Your Honor, I would like the witness to add his last statement to his testimony.
What? What are you trying to pull now? Very well. Witness, please amend your statement. Fine, whatever. I didn't get to sleep or access any of my belongings. I had to spend the night in the stable.
Hip. Couldn't you have stayed at an inn?
What am I, made of money? Think, boy. I'm just a simple ranch worker, you know.
That's some fancy dress you're wearing, though.
You lawyers always flaunting your wealth.
Right. Sorry. Not actually sorry. I doubt one night would bankrupt this guy. Just look at what he's wearing.
At some point, the detective came and told me what happened, and wow, was that detective one fine woman. Humana.
Would you elaborate?
On the lady? Sure. She's a hard-working woman who gets to the point and takes what she wants. Not to mention her impeccable fashion sense. What's not to love?
That's not the part I wanted him to elaborate on. Wow, he seems totally smitten with her. Sure does. Wonder how Impa feels about it.
Perhaps when this chore of a trial is over, I could. But no, I will have to wait. You thought you could distract me, did you? I, the genius ranch worker Ingo, see through your schemes.
He's sticking to that story, huh?
Yep.
It was a desperate fix, but it holds up surprisingly well. I can hardly believe this is the same Mr. Ingo I know. He's usually so nice. It's time to press for more details. He's sure to slip up somewhere. There has to be a piece of evidence or a profile waiting to disprove what he's saying. So what was the bit I added about? It's over here. And back to the ranch house. Didn't get a sleep or accident my belongings. Had to spend the night in the stable. Could that be related to the bottle of oil? Tiny bit of oil inside? One of the milk shipments was returned. The nurse being misaddressed. I just realized that the lead in the track fades out when you open up your. I didn't notice that before. That's really nice. Anyway, what is clothes? Maybe, because he's stinky. But I don't have. Oh, do I have his clothes as just his picture? Because he's dressed up nice. Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. Is it the right line? Night in the stable. Yeah, you don't look like you spent the night in the stable. Good call. Yahoo. They kind of set you up by saying, like, look at the profiles.
There's something seriously wrong with your testimony. My badge. What are you talking about?
You say you couldn't get any of your belongings because they were all at the ranch house, correct? A ranch house you were not allowed to go in?
That's right.
Well, that would imply you should still be wearing your work clothes. Pardon me if I'm wrong, but those don't look like work clothes at all.
Bah. The defense has a point. The witness appears pretty well dressed for court. I can't imagine he would want to sully those clothes during work.
Well, what do you have to say to that?
Gah. Oh, of course. I can explain. It's simple. These are brand new. Yeah, on my way to the courthouse, I went shopping for a nice new outfit. After all, I couldn't very well show up to court dressed like a bum.
Look at his jaunty little skip.
Yes, defense. Certain people have a modicum of respect for the court and show up dressed appropriately.
What's that supposed to mean? This is my finest Zora suit. That's why it's blue. So you claim you bought these clothes after the crime, is that correct? Not the Minor Keith ranch theme.
Very much so. This morning, in fact. Why do I need to repeat myself?
Do I accept that explanation? No. You buying those clothes today is
simply impossible. What? Oh, how can you claim so? Defense, as you know, evidence is everything in court. Either prove the witness couldn't have bought these clothes today or get out.
I just kind of assumed that was the case, but what if, would this have anything to do with, this hasn't come up yet and I'm worried about it. My scythe? Orders milk left the ranch a while after the crime, bloody cloth, perfume, bottle of oil. Well, the milk was running, the ranch was being misaddressed. Mr. Sherman Impa bought it during the race system, extremely tasteless. The ranch. My longtime friend and defendant in this case. Thing. Works in the ranch using work clothes. I don't know. Nothing immediately jumps out. Childhood photo. Oh. Does he just wear it? Oh, just he already owns that outfit. Unless he bought a spare copy of that. Hip. I would like to turn the court's attention to this.
Why, this is one lovely pictograph.
Look at this pictograph. You gotta check the evidence. Man who owns 2 pairs of clothes.
What about this pictograph, defense?
Well, just look at what Ingo is wearing. This photo's from Malin's childhood, but Ingo's very clearly wearing the same outfit he has on right now.
He couldn't have bought it today. Gah!
Get his ass!
Order, I will have order. Why, the defense is absolutely correct.
That's well designed. It's like not immediately obvious. That's good.
I hope the witness has a good explanation for this.
There. I think we finally got him. There's no way he can weasel out this time. No, unless someone weasels out for him.
Isn't it obvious?
Naturally, the witness knew he would need to wear his nice clothes for the royal visitation that was scheduled for that day. He brought them to the silo in advance so that he could quickly change just before the royal visitation's arrival.
Oh! Oh ho ho! Oh! Ho! Oh ho ho! Of course, I needed to be presentable after all. Can't look like a bum in front of the most important people in the kingdom.
Objection? Wait a minute, this is insane. What kind of kangaroo court is this? Trying to think if there's a better analog of a Zelda creature. What kind of tech-tight court is this? The prosecution keeps making excuses up on the spot. I guess without calling it kangaroo court, you'd be like, what? Huh? Ingo is clearly lying about buying the clothes before the trial. He's definitely trying to hide something. Your Honor, surely you won't accept this blatant perjury? What kind of pea-hat court?
Accepted, Judge. There can be no other explanation.
The prosecution's explanation does seem plausible. But that doesn't answer for why he would lie about why he...
However, the fact that the witness didn't simply say it himself and instead made up a lie about buying the clothes is indeed very sus.
A Ricky from Oracle of Seasons Court. There you go.
Defense. The prosecution has posed that there is no other possible explanation for this contradiction. What is your opinion on the matter? Can the defense think of an alternative version of events?
This is big. I really need to think this through. With my brain? My brain? Yeah, my brain! Holy shit, they recreated this. Ingo is acting really suspicious right now. This is one of my favorite things from the later Ace Attorney games. I'm so glad. He's acting really sus right now. He's desperately trying to patch up holes in his testimony to conceal his real movements. No fucking... Oh, genius. Bravo. My brain cell looks like a goddess. Oh, wow. Why would he be doing that? He has a wardrobe by the side. He's the victim. He's the murderer. He's the murderer. If it's not Malin, Ingo's the only other person who could have done this. I have to assume he did if I want to think Malin is innocent. The brain cell of wisdom. With that in mind, why would Ingo change out of his work clothes? What happened to make it necessary? They is each other goddesses. I need to see what happens if I get it wrong. They were eaten by a cow. The cows in the silo mistook Ingo's clothes for food and ate them. This left the man in quite the embarrassing situation, and he had to go back to... That doesn't seem right. He must have had a better reason. No! I need to rethink this. Holy shit. If it's not Malin, Ingo's the only other person who could have done this. I have to assume he did. With that in mind, why would Ingo change out of his work clothes? I killed the goddess. Talon's blood got on him. When Ingo killed Talon, his clothes must have gotten blood on them. He had to change into something else to hide his involvement. But then, when the Sheikah Force have found the clothes in the house, how could they have disappeared? They were thrown in a fire. Give me the big dramatic text. All of them, my 3 thoughts, my 3 brain cells. The power of the goddesses. Excellent. Excellent. That explains everything. Oh my god. Yep. Yeah.
I believe I could offer an alternative explanation. Nonsense. Judge, the defense spent far too long sitting in silence just now. They clearly have nothing.
But I have these 10 gifted subs is what I have.
Thank you, JC Prophet.
If you got one of those subs, I hope you enjoy the emotes.
Thank you very much. I call for a quick ruling.
That was real time? I always assume it is. And I'm always waiting for them to be like, I'm having a thought, and it cuts back, and there's just a janitor with a mop, and everyone else left. And not only can I explain it, but in fact, the defense formally accuses the witness of the murder. No! It's Shrimple. The reason he had to swap his outfit and why he's been lying about the circumstances ever since is because it got stained with the victim's blood. Preposterous. If there were any discarded bloody clothes nearby, the Sheikah force would have found them, and we would be trying someone else for murder right now. Why, you are absolutely correct, prosecutor. Well, naturally, Ingo couldn't have left his bloody clothes lying around, and so he used this to dispose of them. Ish the oil from the princess, she did good. Your Honor, cast your mind to the princess's last testimony. The princess's? Ah, that mysterious fire. Surely you jest. You yourself made sure we all knew how meaningless her testimony was. And yet, with this new context in mind, it gains a completely new meaning. An empty bottle of lamp oil found by a burned out fire. Ingo used this lamp oil to quickly burn away his stained work clothes. Well, how about it, witness? My scenario explains everything. You killed Talon and then tried to hide it. This is... No, hold on. What drivel are you spouting here? Me? Kill Talon? You already know that's impossible. Huh. Where's the Summer Kingdom Hearts 4? Any day now. Too busy for murder. Everything you've said is wrong. I have no idea what you're on about. I have an alibi for the time of the crime. I just couldn't have done it. There's no way I could have completed those milk shipments, killed Talon, and tried to hide my involvement. Not unless there was two of them. The fire was just made for a quick breakfast. There's no mystery there. Stop trying to pin this on poor innocent Ingo. This has to be when that comes into play. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? The milk not being good? Probably. The clock. Now, I shouldn't have to remind you, defense, but you yourself were surprised that Ingo was able to complete the shipment in time. Adding even more things for him to do in that time is preposterous. That's right. The great Ingo is efficient at his job, but not that efficient. No, it had to have been him. I'm sure of it. There must be some trick at play here, some kind of shortcut. I must find it. Monkey clock. They don't need monkey clock. They got those stone tablets. Smack them to tell you the time. There's clocks all over the place. Everything you've said is wrong. Which I really, if this team makes another case in this style to use something like that, thank you, I couldn't remember the name. To use like a gossip stone as a clock would just be so good. Everything you've said is wrong. I have no idea what you're on about. Yeah? Is that so? Or maybe it's in Termina and you have like the actual day-night cycle. Anyway, surely my scenario is more plausible at this point than these panicked attempts to fix your story. Yeah, have it be Clocktown. It's like, oh, but the fireworks for the festival had just started. That means it was at this time, you know? What's more plausible isn't for you to decide, defense. It's the judge that makes the final call. The music is so good, and as long as this alibi stands, I can't imagine him siding with you. Yes, all of the loose ends have to be tied up before a decision can be made. Witness, please continue. Make their own hysteria, like their own IPs? Hell yeah. As much as the crossover stuff is fun, I'm usually more of like, make your own IP. But when it's knocked out of the park like this, I'm like, yeah, no, this is good. I have an alibi for the time of the crime. That means it wasn't the festival this time. The stone stairs weren't there yet, so could you explain what that alibi is again? With pleasure. At the time of the crime, I was busy preparing that day's shipments of milk.
That's hard work. I barely had enough time to get them done before the courier came to take them. The shipments were inspected by the Sheikah Force as they were leaving the ranch. And as our resident detective has told us, they were found to be fully loaded up with bottles of milk. That's right. The Sheikah Force itself has vouched for me. There's no way I could be the culprit. No, I disagree. There has to be a way. There must be. Cross-examine the moon! There's no way I could have completed those milk shipments, killed Talon, and tried to hide my involvement.
Would it really have taken that long to murder someone and burn some clothes?
It would have taken long enough to definitely make the scheme infeasible.
Completing these shipments is a rather involved process. You have to milk the cows, clean the bottles, pour the milk into them, put them into crates, and load those onto a wagon. I love working with the cows, but that part takes the longest because you only get a little at a time. So, as Mr. Ingo said, the whole thing really does take a while. Father and I usually have to work together to get it done in time for the courier's arrival.
There you go, defense. Your own client knows this is the unshakable truth.
So there's no way he could complete the shipments and also do the killing. In that case, there had to be some way for him to finish the work faster.
I just have to find it. The fire was for breakfast.
What'd you have for breakfast? So you had enough time for breakfast, but not enough to kill someone?
Yes, of course. The breakfast was cooking while I kept working, then I just quickly gobbled it up. There's no issue there. In fact, yes, I remembered even burned a bit because I wasn't completely paying attention to it. That's why I had to go get that glass of water too, you see. Had to wash it down after.
What a convenient little explanation. But for all I know, he actually did cook up a breakfast on a fire, burning blood-soaked clothes. Ew.
Continue, witness. We don't want to hear about your culinary adventures.
I do.
Of course. My point is just what I've been telling you this whole time. Stop trying to pin this on poor innocent Ingo.
No. You have one loop to figure out the evidence to get all done before day one's court time. You actually have to be at court at the right time in the day cycle. That sucks. The only people who could have done this were you and Malin. And I know Malin well enough to know she couldn't be the culprit. That leaves you as the perpetrator.
Yes, by now we all know how much you value your friend. Let me remind you, though, that feelings don't matter at all here. Either show us solid evidence that puts Ingo's alibi into question, or concede defeat.
Is there any way he could have done the work faster? I'm not sure. It would be nice if there was, though. I could sleep in it a little bit longer every day. Yeah, you'd think he would have shared it with you if he knew of one.
Just what shortcut did you use, Ingo?
So what line do I press it on? Couldn't have done it. There's no way I could have completed those milk shipments. Yeah, but get a load of this. Ah, but did you though? Did you really complete those shipments properly?
Defense, I shouldn't have to remind you that the Sheikah Force checked the boxes thoroughly. They were all definitely full of milk bottles.
Oh, I'm sure it looked that way.
What are you getting at, defense?
Here you go, Your Honor.
Huh? Milk for me? Are you trying to bribe the judge now? I didn't think you'd stoop so low. The Crown will be informed of this.
Oh, it's nothing like that. All I'm asking is that His Honor try tasting the milk. Just one little sip. You are hiding a second Ingo in a bottle, like the Deku Princess.
This is highly irregular.
But okay.
To be honest, I could use a drink. All this talking does make one's throat dry, you know?
You probably talk the least out of everyone here, though.
Since the defense insists, I'll go ahead and take a sip. Is this what passes for milk these days? This almost tastes like water.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Water?
I have to agree. This is definitely not standard milk. As we've heard from the princess and the detective, Lon Lon Ranch is renowned for the quality of its products. Don't remind me of Wilk, chat. But there's no way people would say that about milk this lousy. It's just 0.001% milk.
Bah, whatever. As if the unwashed masses would know the difference between quality and garbage.
He's getting into a new market with homeopathic milk. Ingo's just on the forefront of a new industry. Where are you going with this, Defense? It's simple, you see. I received this bottle from Detective Impa, still unopened during the first recess. As we know, there were no milk shipments today, so this must have come from one of Ingo's shipments from yesterday. I like skim milk. I always preferred skim milk. I don't really drink, like, regular milk that much. Anyway, it's true that Ingo couldn't have murdered Talon and also completed the shipments on his own, unless he cheated. Ingo watered down the milk to get the shipments done in time. Get him. Anything but 1%. 1% tends to just taste more watered down, yeah, but it can be good. These days, if I have a milk kind of thing, I just kind of have a lot of, like, alternative milks. Like a oat milk, or a coconut milk, or a soy milk. Like if I'm getting a coffee, just get some whole milk, gang. Get in there. Didn't wash the bottles first either. Yep. Milk for hot chalky. There you go. Thanks, Dabba Derpo. Order. Oat milk is the goat milk. Except goat milk is the thing. Coffee. Non-fat that got left out. I've had decent 1%, but yeah. I suppose that would work. Because the lactose intolerance. Yeah. I'm not like full-blown lactose intolerant, but I often just prefer the taste at this point of like a high-quality oat milk. Indeed, all he had to do was milk fewer of the cows. I tried whole milk, but it spilt out of the container. Yeah, boo, yeah. Whole milk as an ingredient, sure, yeah. That's a different... I don't remember the last time I just drank a glass of milk. Like when I was a kid, yeah. To save enough time without ruining the taste too much, I guess used about a 50-50 split of water and milk. I guess that's enough to not immediately raise suspicion. That is a lot of water, though. So you're a coward. We knew that. This is no! You should drink milk. Yeah. Maybe. That eye, Talon? Let me stop you right there. Huh? I will concede that something odd happened to that shipment. But all you have proven is that Ingo is a slacker. Heh, how dare you? Be quiet, you mongrel. Sure, Ingo watered down the milk. That doesn't make him a killer, though, does it? Well, no. But now we do know that he definitely could have done it. We know he did go to the crime scene. And we know he did have the time and opportunity to kill Talon as well. Yet there is a vital element missing still. Are you gonna say motive? Because that's the easiest one to prove. Huh? Let me put it in simple terms so even an idiot like you can understand. The murder weapon. Oh. Holy shit. We investigate. I know. Like, what? What are we doing? You lack the murder weapon. If Ingo was the murderer, it couldn't have been the saw. Why not? Press? And why is that? The spotlights on them is amazing. It's simple. If the girl's story about working on the fence is true, then she was using the saw while her father was being murdered. Yeah. Oh, well, we don't know what the real murder weapon is. It couldn't have been in two places at the same time. Do I agree with this? Yes. I believe we're in complete agreement on this point. Shit, that's jazzy. You do realize the problems that creates for you, right? I'm sure it can all be explained. As if. As if. But very well, then let's move on to why nothing else could have been the murder weapon either. This is excellent. Ah! Where would the supposed other murder weapon have even come from? Where did it go? Couldn't he have used any old thing? Either answer the question, Defense, or this discussion is over. No need to overthink this. Anywhere Ingo could have gotten a weapon from will do. I'll worry about the exact details later. Where would the supposed other murder weapon have even come from? The list? The inventory? There's plenty of sharp objects in this list, so... There you go. Present. Have you forgotten this murder happened on a ranch? Nice. There are plenty of sharp things on site. Ho ho. That's simply impossible. Zigbar moment. I want Zigbar doing the Fortnite Ned Flanders diddles. Just want like a Zigbar scamping emote. We checked all sharp objects on the ranch and searched everywhere. No fresh blood was found anywhere else. Yeah, silver rupee. It was taking me a second to figure out what it was, but they go up in pitch. Couldn't Ingo just hit it? It's supposed to be wiped it off. I mean, if he cleaned it up and returned it to the inventory, and it'd be like, ta-da. But is that hiding it or... Yeah, wiped it off, cleaned it. Couldn't Ingo have just wiped it off? Blood leaves traces. It's not that easy to get rid of. People like us aren't so sensitive. Wasn't part of his whole argument about cleaning off the murder weapon with blood, with the wreck? But other beings like the Zoras can easily tell by smell. Do they have like police Zoras that are just like dogs that go around sniffing stuff? I like that. That's fun. Zoras are the luminol of this world. Naturally, the Sheikah Force employs people just for this task. You were thinking luminol, I was thinking of a dog. Also, as Lon Lon Ranch focuses on selling horses and milk, the animals there aren't regularly butchered. The one who had the cloth. Right. But we don't know if she had used... Right, because she cut her hand. Right. No, but my point was that Ganondorf's... His argument was that the saw had been cleaned of its blood. And now he's like, it's not so easy to clean a murder weapon of the blood. So that's the thing. But anyway. I don't actually have a command for that. Yeah, I have a spoilers thing, I guess. Yeah, so there's no good reason why the tools would have fresh blood on them. Any such implement would have stood out like a sore thumb. Well, I guess that is a good point. I may have to rethink this. Couldn't Ingo have just disposed of it? Couldn't he just disposed of it in some way? Ha, that's impossible. You see, we checked all sharp objects. No items from the ranch's inventory list were missing, and that list is indisputable. You wouldn't back a seat. How can you be so sure the inventory is accurate? Use your head. There was a royal visitation scheduled for that day. The ranch owner needed everything to be in order. He would have double, even triple checked that list when he wrote it. I suppose he would have, but it was Ingo that made the list. That list is indisputable. Can I just present the list? It says Ingo right there. So can I just do this? The inventory list itself is false. Oh, fascinating. What exactly makes you question the veracity of this document? That would be something about the inventory itself? It's simple. You only need a brief look at the inventory to see it can't be trusted. Ho ho. You can't just go around making such general statements, Defense. Point out what exactly about the inventory makes it suspect. So this is what, if you're playing on an N64 and you plug in the N64 mouse, I've been informed that you can actually use the N64 mouse for this. That's insane. Ingo! HIYAAA! Just look here. The one who compiled this list was Ingo himself. He could have easily... They are rising in pitch, aren't they? The silver rupee. Fuck. This game is he could have easily falsified the counts as part of his plan. Yeah, we got him. I need him to cough up some red and or green blood. That doesn't matter. No items were missing. Yeah, okay. Nothing could have left the ranch. What makes you so sure? Wouldn't Ingo have been able to just throw the item out over the fence? Bah, obviously we searched the perimeter of the ranch as well. Nothing was found anywhere. This is the most important point. Has nothing really been able to leave? How about a whole shipment of stuff? What about like a whole ass shipment of stuff? Or is the milk were left and then it came back because it was deliberately misaddressed to bring the scene of the evidence back? That's actually, I thought he just fucked up in his haste. He was actually Galaxy Brain intended for the shipment to come back. He's a smart man. Yeah, milk. The Great Fairy, the Great Dequitry is a witness. Are you really sure nothing left the ranch? What about a few little shipments of milk? Preposterous. Have you forgotten that said shipments had been checked by the Sheikah Force before they were allowed to leave? That's true, but there was a place the Sheikah could have overlooked. What in Din's name are you babbling about? We're talking about bog standard crates here, boy. Din's the goddess of power, right? If so, that would make sense that that's the one that he calls out by name. Yeah, of course he does Din. Okay, great. That's good. That's good. All right. Of course he swears on Din. Not exactly vast dungeons full of nooks and crannies to stuff things into, are they? Where could they have missed a murder weapon? It's Shrimple. They overlooked the contents of the crates, the contents of the bottles, the crates themselves. The contents of the bottles? You can hide something in milk, right? There's one place inside the crates the Sheikah couldn't have checked thoroughly without ruining the shipments. Without ruining the shipments? Oh. That's right. Ingo put the murder weapon inside one of the bottles to conceal it from the search. So it's a good thing we didn't drink that one. That does seem plausible. And then Malon's like, oh, my stomach hurts. When I drank that milk earlier, there was something really sharp and metallic in there. It wouldn't be the first time an Ace Attorney related thing. Oops, I ate it. That does seem plausible. Oh boy, a prize. In my Cracker Jacks. Now just wait a moment. This milk hurts and makes me sad. A weapon in a milk bottle wouldn't just go unnoticed, someone would have reported it. Not unless it came back to us unopened. How can you be so sure? Very strong iron. A goose so full of murder weapon. This is great. Do you even know how much milk an average milk bar uses each day? All those shipments must certainly have been completely used up by now. Someone drinking from that bottle would have found it for sure, choked on it even, if they took too large a swig. It would be a huge scandal. Well, he's right about that, but he's missing some vital information. Time for me to put down the final blow. Hi-ya! That's a great way to use the puzzle completed theme. You would be correct that a weapon showing up in someone's milkshake would cause quite a stir. If the milk ever actually made it to any milk bar, that is. You see, I overheard a very interesting tale during the recess. Word was sent from the ranch not long ago that one of the shipments was returned unopened due to being misaddressed. No! Indeed, if you recall, Ingo was the one who handled all of that. Now that's strange, the ranch supplies the same milk bars every day. Even if he had messed up the street address a little, the couriers would have known where the shipment was meant to go. How could he have bungled it that badly? It's almost as if he didn't want anyone receiving a bottle of milk with a murder weapon in it. Bungle mentioned, I bet Ingo expected this box to stay in shipping limbo a while longer. How unfortunate for him that the postal service was on its game today. Maybe because they were worried it'd start to smell. I believe this calls for us to investigate these boxes of milk more closely. Soldiers, have these boxes retrieved from the ranch immediately. Excellent. Excellent. Phenomenal. That dude is so fast. I mean, they're back running to the... I'm assuming we're around Castletown, so it's not that far. They said 20 minutes, but... This is slander. Grim Fandango mentioned, why would I kill Talon? Sure, he's a bit of a layabout, but he did give me a job. Why would I want him dead? The motive? That's simple. Why, I'm surprised you're even asking about it. This evidence easily explains your motive. Yeah. The very inheritance document you brought to the court's attention states the following. In case of the testator's death? Is that a real legal word? In case of the testicle's death, his daughter, Malin of Lon Lon Ranch, will inherit the ranch. Unless she is unable to oversee it, in which case it shall be divided between the crown and the remaining employees. Nodding, unfortunately. The what now? Huh? The person who made the will is the testator? Testator? The potator? What? Person who's made a will or given a legacy. Like Matador, Testador. You not only killed Talon, but decided to frame Malin for the crime as well, so you would be the one to inherit part of the ranch. That's why you volunteered to work in the silo all day. It gave you an alibi so that Malin would be the only possible culprit. Of course you knew about the royal visitation in advance. You knew Malin would go back to the ranch house to prepare before they arrived. A perfect setup for the royals to find her next to the body. Except you didn't know that they were gonna show up half an hour early. So it's still a bit... Yeah, whatever.
No! What are you talking about? Talon signing the ranch over to me? Preposterous.
Did he really not know? I guess it was Dragmire who procured the actual document, not him.
Your Honor? What is it, soldier?
The box you requested is here.
Already? That was quite fast.
Apparently the team at the ranch had already noticed something awry with it on their own. The box arrived just as we were about to rush out a courier to deliver our message. Well, let's see for ourselves then, shall we? The part of the shipment that proves my case is... Well, there's something red and bloody there, so... maybe it's strawberry milk. Here it is, from the bottle with a slight red tint to the milk. Looks like some kind of serrated knife. That explains the irregular wound pretty nicely.
How could those Sheikah idiots have missed this?
I'm sure the milk was pure white when they first checked it. Took a whole day for the blood to dissolve in it. The milk? It's murder weapon milk, so it's milk. Either way, no matter how you slice it, this proves my theory right.
Grr. Oh, I've had it. Fine. You wanna know why? You wanna know why I really killed that scumbag? No, what are you?
So, you admit it?
Yes, I admit it. What would you do if one day, after years of backbreaking labor, despite putting your all into the ranch, you were thrown away like rubbish without any reason? Fired, farewell, we don't need you anymore.
What? But that doesn't make any sense.
Ho, don't lie, I heard it all. I was just returning back from another day of spine-wrenching work, and lo and behold, what's this? Malin and Talon are talking behind my back. I heard it all. We'll let him go after the visitation. We can handle things without him. And so, after volunteering to work on that shipment, I quietly slipped out while the girl was busy and shanked the good-for-nothing slacker. Haha, you should have seen his face. He didn't expect it at all. So yes, Malin, I killed that lazy bum you called a father. And he deserved it.
And he didn't even do this to get ownership of the ranch. He was just being stupid. So who's gonna tell him?
Order, the witness will cease his boasting over such a terrible deed. I think we've heard enough. Soldiers, take him away.
Hip. Oh, that was Malin. Hip. Wait just a moment. Ingo.
Yes, girl? Want to apologize for what you've done?
Apologize? Me? You're horrible. We weren't planning to fire you at all. You completely misunderstood what we were saying.
Well, we go back.
Nice. We've had so much work recently. Well, you know how it goes with the royal visits. Always a busy time. Gotta make sure everything's in tip-top shape.
I do worry somewhat about old Ingo, though. He's been complaining about his back recently. Do wish he'd take a step back and relax sometime.
He hadn't skipped a single day of work, so maybe we should convince him to take a vacation?
Wah! Now, there's an idea. It'd do him good just to get out for a while. I'll discuss it with him after the visitation. After things calm down, we can handle everything without him. Bum, bum, bum.
Murder, I mean, in peak Ace Attorney fashion, they needs the extra little twist of the knife at the end.
That's... You...
Also, him having a, like, not false... The motive we were provided was a red herring because he didn't know, which is excellent. That's really good.
You were planning what? A vacation for me? And I did... No! No, it can't be so.
I also like that it was a crime of passion and he wasn't just evil for... Ryan the Boing Loins. Excellent. I thought they just didn't give him a breakdown because he already had his moment to have the breakdown and he just... That was great.
We have witnessed today the results of a truly horrifying misunderstanding. But misunderstanding or not, what you have done is unforgivable.
Hey, Tailgate, thanks for 8. Talon was a kind man, beloved by all who had the good fortune to cross his path. Unless he was standing in the way of your block puzzle, in which case he deserved to die. His loss would be felt not only at his ranch, but across all of Hyrule.
The killer turned out to be an utterly pathetic man with delusions of grandeur. I mean, look at him. An utter idiot dressed like a clown.
Oh no. Just like his Majora's Mask mask. He's really laying into him. I bet he's just upset because he lost. Well, the murder of Zelda Prime, I know. What an interesting detail to drop and then not seeming, I mean, it's not done yet. Not do anything with.
The prosecution's rant aside, I think it's time to declare today's verdict. This is just a formality, but will the defendant please step up to the stand? The Gorman mask. Young miss, I'm very sorry for the situation you found yourself in. I'm very glad you appear to have such a good attorney as a friend.
I wouldn't have chosen anyone else. Aw, thanks. Sorry about your dad, though. Oh, there we go. Excellent.
Now then, without further ado, in the name of Goddess HIYAAA and the sacred land of Hyrule, I hereby find Malin of Lon Lon Ranch not guilty.
It's even the same fucking sound effect for the cheering. Court is adjourned! Is Impa off to the side throwing the confetti? If she's the gumshoe? Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Wiremouse. I think I did the work that he has brothers from Majora's Mask helps. The Splint's are an external staple anyway. Glass games with the... Yeah. I wasn't seriously contending with the there were two Ingos theory, but they were like, it's the work of two people. Hey, why is he dressed like that? I was just like, wait, what if there are? But that would make sense. So yeah, I'm very pleased with how it came together. That was good. 1232. Impa is an actual ninja. We did it! Malin spin. I suppose so. Aren't you happy? You're off to look for murder. Sorry about your dad. And like, now the ranch that took 3 people to run is now down to 1 person. But like, yippee! Ingo's outburst kind of soured the mood, huh? Ugh. Awkward. I don't think I can ever forgive Mr. Ingo for what he's done. No, I think that moves beyond forgiveness. I don't know. That's fair enough, honestly. Get over it. Jeez, that was like yesterday's news. Really, though, you shouldn't think about that for now. You're free. It's time to celebrate. Read the room link. I guess you're right. Excellent work. I knew you'd pull through. You didn't think that you thought she was the one. What? How do you? Okay. I couldn't have done it without you, really. So, thank you. Now, that's not quite right. If you want to thank someone, I'm not the one who deserves it the most. Huh? Your Highness? I thought you were going back to HIYAAA Castle. What strings did Impa have to pull to get her here? But I realized I should apologize. Wasn't that? Oh, I thought you were going back to HIYAAA Castle. I was like, was she responding to my internal monologue? But I realized I should apologize for what I did personally. It's an honor. There is no need to bow, not after what I've done. Really, if not for my status, I would have probably been carted off to prison alongside that angry little man. Perjury's, pretty serious, so that's probably not entirely wrong. That's how you know this is not in the Ace Attorney universe, because perjury has a penalty associated with it. As usual, you don't give yourself enough credit, Your Highness. How can you say that, Detective? I almost condemned an innocent person to prison. There are some things you should think twice about doing in the future. But it's all thanks to you that the young lady over there finally went free. Huh? Come on, attorney. Show Her Highness what I'm talking about. Is it the oil bottle? My badge. Yeah, what else could it be? This is the only thing that she directly... Okay. I just wanted to make sure before I presented the wrong thing. Hiya. Hip. Lamp. Oil. Bombs. Chat cannot help you now. The bottle. Well, it's true. Without this and without knowing about the fire, we wouldn't have had any proof to substantiate our claims. I am a little bit sad that I made myself excited about an option for the room with the piece of heart in the silo. For that to be Ingo's little, like, secret hideout, because he built the silo. I was like, why else would they mention that he built the silo? Unless that's, like, canon and important to the mystery. So I'm, like, a little bit sad they didn't do that, but... It's like, why else include that he built the silo? It's like, it doesn't matter. Anyway, without knowing about the fire, we wouldn't have had any proof. And, really, also because how it... He's being stabbed. Impa stepped on my foot. I think even if you're not familiar with Ocarina of Time that much, they could still make it work. Where, like, there was a secret passage you could crawl through. Like, that doesn't require advanced knowledge. But it would just be rewarding if you're like, wait, there is a secret room there. Anyway, regards to notice the weird red blood, so I might have been fine without her. Yeah. Thank you for the honor, Bits Clown. Me thinking way too much about it. I know, yeah, it's like, especially in an Ace Attorney type thing, like any little detail, things tend to come up. Really, your obviously false testimony helped us a lot. Ouch, Impa stepped on my foot. Well, there you have it. In any case, I'm sure Miss Mellon isn't too upset. Well, sure. Tan Hut. Hop, 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 hop. We have orders to escort the princess back to the castle immediately. Just in time. Farewell, Your Highness. And so they left. Now then, listen to me. I know that I am perhaps being too lenient on the princess, but tough times are ahead. The princess will need all the confidence she can get to lead the kingdom through them. She needs to learn to take responsibility for actions too, though. And she will. Huh? Her Highness is in for a rather unpleasant afternoon today, I imagine. The urgency with which she has just been escorted out of here isn't coincidental. What, is the king gonna scold her? Has the king been moited? At the very least. Now then, my duties call, unfortunately, so I must be off. Ding dong. You did well today, both of you. I trust that I will be able to rely on you in future court proceedings as well. I'll try my best. That's all I ask. That unpleasant prosecutor seems to be making his way over here, so I'll be excusing myself post-haste. Farewell. Oh, I don't want front-facing Dragmire to be like, I'm saddled with unnecessary feelings. Uh-oh. Ah, front-facing Ganondorf. You! Jesus Christ. There! You! Has anyone seen Ganondorf? Ah. Hello, nice day we're having, isn't it?
Tell me now, where did that blasted detective go? To have my reputation tarnished this way by some novice attorney from the boonies.
Dramatic much? He looks about ready to burst from anger. Don't be such a sore loser. You lost, deal with it. Yeah, we got the right verdict. Doesn't that make you feel even a little bit glad?
Yes, I suppose there is some worth in that. Huh? What transpired is most unfortunate. I can only offer my condolences. Just remember that it was the meddling of that idiotic princess and the stupidity of that blasted detective that led to your arrest. So if you have any grievances, take it up with them.
I suppose there's some truth to what he's saying.
I guess.
Thunderclap when he appeared. Excellent. Not completely evil. I mean,
Speaking of the detective, it appears she has fled from me like a cuckoo on fire. Mark my words, she will regret what she's done for generations.
the lore. That's why his descendants and Impa's descendants have legal beef with each other. Well, that sure was something. I don't know if he was being sincere or just wanted to shift blame onto someone else. I wouldn't say he's entirely blameless. Never mind that. Do you think you'll be alright running the ranch by yourself? Of course I'll come visit, but I have my attorney duties too. I'll get in touch with the castle, see if they can spare some men to work at the ranch. Silly as my father may have seemed, he really did prepare me to take over one day, and he's taught me well. I'll make sure the animals are well cared for, just as I always have. That's the spirit. I believe in you. Maybe take some time off to grieve. I really want to thank you for bringing the truth to light. If it wasn't for you, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. Don't mention it. I'm just glad everything worked out in the end. Except for, you know, everything went bad. Yippee. And so ended a very personal case for me. It felt like a weight had been lifted off my back. Malin continued working at the ranch, hoping to make it prosper even beyond what her father was able to accomplish. I didn't really think much about it, but the days following were some of the happiest I'd lived for a long time. Little did I know that a terrible tragedy would soon shock the entire kingdom, and I'd find myself smack dab in the middle of it. But that's a legend for another day. Not the sequel bait. Bravo. Yippee. Holy shit. Incredible. Perfect length TBH. Yeah, no, really well paced. Didn't overstay its welcome. And I hope they make another one. This was so fucking good. We're not done. There's some like Easter eggs and things we're gonna look at, but if you're all gonna dip now, thanks for watching. Yeah, we're gonna look at the extras. Meatball! Luigi here! If anyone else came by the chat, I appreciate it. Anyone that worked on this who swung by, I hope you're just immensely proud. This is so good. Meanwhile, very good. I'll show that later. We need Epona as a witness. We need Navi as a paralegal. Yeah, the character modeling was really well done. I don't even know if I would have like, obviously the model was different for Link to have a suit on and stuff, but oh no, get that racist stuff. Get him out of the courthouse. Get in the crate you walked in on. Get him out of here. Your Honor, his testimony's bunk. Don't listen to anything he says. But yeah, all the new art that they made just fit in very well with the Ocarina aesthetic. It was very well done. Maybe he's been, yeah. Lock him in there. Excellent. He deserves it. Yeah. Who else is in there? Who is that? Who was that on the right? Was that a new guy? That's Grog? With unused hairstyle. Oh, I was like, is Grog the dude that sits under the tree in Kakariko? Okay. Yeah, I was like, he kind of looked like him, but I was like, wait. The other horse. The Kuko guy. From Majora. I was waiting for a chalk outline on the stairs, but I guess that was a bit ago. Father? At the code info? Yeah. Just wanna... Oh, she's... Oh! You fucked up, princess. You fucked up. Yeah, I'm very interested in why they invented new lore about an older princess who died. If they use that in future stuff. It's like such a weird thing to have brought up. She's like, she's got a cat. She got a cat. Detective Impa. Maya fan like, yeah, maybe. Mia. Excellent. It's the Legend of Zelda, yeah. Oh no. Oh no. I'm too Death Stranding brained to see mushrooms. Oh man. Me? I did this. They were disrespecting his grave. That's fucked up. I don't know. Woo! Yeah, woo! Thank you so much for playing my ROM hack. Yeah, woo! Is it gonna sit here forever? Am I gonna... Oh! Game is good. It doesn't do the sit there for... Scene select unlocked. Nice. Extra 1 is unlocked. Is extra 1 what I want to look at? Did I make it on time? You're in time for me to look at secrets and bonuses, because we're done. Okay. Meanwhile, somewhere else. What? Start, move, run, jump. What do you mean? What do you mean about it? Why does he have -1 lives? Is he dead? This is what Zelda Limbo looks like? They didn't need to put this in. This was already the game of all time. What do you mean? Just using his run cycle for when he's like, oh fuck, I gotta get back. Woo! Oh, that's a okay, you can grab, okay. I accidentally did that. Just like Mario. I do need to run. Oh, I see. Oh, I see how it works. You have to be pressing into the wall and you go against it. Okay. If you flick the stick in the opposite direction. For anyone that's gonna be playing Super Talon Brothers. Fuck! No, I'm gonna beat this. I'm gonna beat this. Fuck you, I'm beating this. Gotta give me no checkpoints before the beginning. That's fine. Fuck. Shit. Skull tried to patch it out. Single wall jump is a bug. Oh, okay. That's fine. I figured out how it works. For a stupid little bonus thing, I'm happy to gloss over. No! Maybe I should use the D-pad. Because I'm using the analog stick and it's like, you press down. I'm like, I guess technically. That's fine. Immediately shit, yeah. Come on, Talon, you and me. We're gonna make it all the way to heaven? Hell? I don't know. Shit, that jump is awkward. Yeah. Oh yeah. I can't pause. That's fine. We're gonna run out of time. This was what Wire Mouse shared earlier. Which is very the badge shield is little Maya Navi. It's very good. Sorry, werewolf. No, yeah, you're right. I misspoke. I meant to say werewolf. Thank you for the correction. Thank you. Yeah. Excellent. Very good. Thank you, werewolf. Hey, listen, punk. Stolen valor. Yeah. Hopefully I didn't. I probably already lost a ton of time from that, but it's fine. We're gonna game it to the max. Check this out. Boom. 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 Nailed it. First try. All we're missing is like a dampy dumper in here. Ooh. Ho. Yeah. Ho. Oh. Was that a mushroom? I really needed one of those. Thanks. Because he's Mario and we killed Luigi. I'll tell you about a secret I've heard. Supposedly, there's a game with a giant egg in which you can become a criminal. What? Billy Hatcher? And a pair of games with climate change and time travel. What? They say that extras can be unlocked by connecting them on the title screen. Gotcha. That's what you use the control pack, the game pack thing. Okay, yeah. And then the Oracle games, yeah. Okay, yeah. Great. Now, I don't know what that means, but I'm sure you can figure it out. See ya. Bye, Mound. Thank you. Billy Hatcher and the Windfish. I wish there was a way to put Billy Hatcher here. So there's a way to unlock this with the emulator? So I can see what that is? Does anyone have that? Code's in the README. Where did I drop that README? If I deleted the README, this is gonna be very embarrassing. Nice. Settings check brightness, play Song of Storms. What? How do I... Meeple Spelling Sat, that's fine. Da. Did I do it? Extras? Oh, hey, great. Ingo's Casino. Change music. What? What? Devs, why did you do all this? Give me that. Give me these. Oh, that's what I get rid of. Well, the OST is being made. He got a full house of heart containers and tingles? God damn it. Okay, get Tingle out of here. Get him out of my sight. What the fuck? Oh, I should have kept the Tingle. Damn it. Another full... Ingle's cheating. 100% he's cheating. All right, here we go. I gotta win a hand. Okay. I'm gonna throw those out. No, ain't no way a Tingle's coming back to me. And then a Tingle came back to me. That's fine, I got 3 of a kind. That's pretty good. I won. Is Tingle higher than Ganon? Or is maybe Zelda's higher? Maybe I should look at the rules. Cards are drawn, you pick how much to bet by clicking the rupee, and which cards are replaced by clicking them. Ingo decides his bet and cards are replaced. Winner gets all ×2. So from low to high is rupee, heart container, Link, Zelda, Ganondorf, and then Tingle. So Tingle is the best card. God damn it. Courageous Deductions, Road WC. The early development Play Store music for this track was Hyrule Castle Courtyard. Came down to write the mural music. I tried to use that as the basis for it first, because the amount of chromaticism, notes that don't fit the key signature in that song. Adapting it to the style I wanted wasn't easy. Instead, I obviously based the song on Kaepora Gaebora's theme. The new melody is designed to mesh well with Kaepora Gaebora. Whenever the original melody runs up or down a scale, the new one does too. The chords underneath flow around somewhat aimlessly without much logic behind them. I mostly just varied the notes until they sounded nice. It's subtle, but the triplet played on the shaker at the very end of the Owl's melody is a nod to the corresponding theme from another Attorney game. Bless these devs. Bless these devs. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Get rid of Link. Oh! Two pair. Come on. He also, but I got better 2 pair. I want to get 5 of a kind to all Tingles with my Joker. Oh, okay, we go 1. Oh, I'm going all in. Okay, that's the biggest bet I can do. I'm going all in. I'm looking for Tingles. Fishing for Tingles. Ah! Damn it. Maybe he did. Wait, but I won. Nice. Okay. This can play. I know the fact that it can be played with this is for mouse. Same thing. I'm going fishing for tingles. Get those Zeldas out of my sight. I don't care. I should have raised my bet then. Another full house. I'm out of here. How dare you?
Get out of here.
Okay, and then there was another one. What else? Turnabout Thief. This case contains spoilers for Link's Awakening? I'm sorry, case? Progress to the story will overwrite your current progress to the main story of HIYAAA. This case works best if Link is a thief in your Link's Awakening save file? Yeah, I've done it. No transfer packs connected, nothing is inserted into it. Continue anyway, default name be used, yeah. Thank you for that option. What? June 6, 2:17 a.m.? Courtroom number 7? Lady steal from a shop, yeah. So you're being accused as being a thief from the Link's Awakening shop? At 2 a.m.? Phew, made it in time, I guess. Still no clue why on earth they called me in here at this ungodly hour. You. Yes, me. I don't like being woken up at 2 a.m. either, believe me. I really hope that old fool has a good explanation for this. It's night court. Old fool? You mean the judge? I see you're both already here. Splendid. I hope this wasn't too much of an inconvenience for you. That remains to be seen. What could possibly be so important about this burglary case as to warrant this kind of urgency? Case? We're doing a trial? You mean you haven't been told, defense? All I have is my badge. Message from Devin chat. What? Who? Look at chat. Do Konami code on Dragmire. Okay. I suppose I did order the soldiers not to tell anyone about what happened. They must have interpreted that a bit too literally. But that's fine. Secrecy is paramount here. Having an entire entourage of Highland soldiers arriving at the widow's fortune in the middle of the night was the pinnacle of stealth. Up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, start. Oh, no. Oh, God. Holy shit. Go back. Okay, so that's a back. Does that work in the regular game, or is that only in the extra case? Holy fuck. It's gun mode all over again. Holy shit. I did it again and it went away. That's amazing. What are we doing? It works almost any time he's on screen. Is there any hints to that anywhere, or is that just because you can? That's amazing. Having a entire entourage, no one knows. It's a secret to everybody. Got it. Hold it. We can't defend someone off the cuff like this. If you get 50 rupees in the casino, Ingo tells you. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, I lost my patience. I was like, he's cheating. He's got too many full houses. I can't just defend someone off the cuff like this. That'd be incredibly unfair to the defendant. Oh? Doubting your skills? As much as I'd like to agree with you, defense, we have no choice in the matter. This trial must happen this very moment. Well, get on with it then, old man. What is this about? Right, yes, of course. Let me start from the beginning. A few hours ago, I was finishing my daily ablutions when a great light appeared within my chambers. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before. The night literally became day before my very eyes. And that wasn't all. People started to come out of the light. I was shaken with fear. One of those people claimed to be the goddess herself, HIYAAA. What? I know, believe me, I was as flabbergasted as you are.
The goddess proceeded to explain that, in another world, one of her chosen heroes had been severely punished for committing some terrible deed. She decided that someone else should determine whether this punishment was just or not, to ensure her own biases would not affect the outcome. Our own world was chosen as the best candidate to make this judgment.
Okay. Okay. This is a joke, right? There's no way any of that's true. This is insane.
Yes, it seems the judge has completely lost his marbles. Clearly, his age has finally caught up to him. I will be filing appropriate notices as soon as I can. At the very least, we can both get back to sleep quickly.
That is true.
Ho ho, I believe I know of just the way to convince you two. Soldiers, please call in the defendant.
The defendant?
What the?
Yes! I was like, either it's gonna be Link, or it's just gonna be a 2D sprite. Just really small, walking around.
Defense!
Are these custom animations that are only in this extra case? What the hell? What's happened?
We don't have time to watch you pass out. Get yourself together.
Yes, lol. What the fuck? Devs, why? Oh, right, that's what happened.
Well, defense, are you convinced now?
I guess I can't deny it, can I? That's definitely me.
Younger, wilder perhaps, but sure enough.
I guess so. Excellent. And why isn't Link's Awakening Link like, oh, why am I wearing a suit?
In that case, let us formally begin.
Say no, it'll be funny. Take the moon. Your Link's Awakening save file affects his tunic color, which affects some dialogue. What the Christ? The court is now in session for the trial of
Thief of Koholint Island.
Your Honor, you can't just declare him the thief from the get-go.
No, of course not. I have his name written down right here. It seems I'm just unable to say it. Fascinating. A curse of sorts. I assume this is the punishment we're to decide is just or not.
Just? It even says thief in the box. How could this be just? To be forever called a thief by everyone? Even I can't say my own name anymore.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it seems right to me. After all, everyone's just speaking the truth, are they not?
This is insane. The defense demands the prosecution abstain from claiming unproven statements. To lock this behind the most convoluted series of like, playing this on real hardware and unlocking this genuine legit is so funny to me. If anyone did that or does that without getting it spoiled, they'll just have their mind fucking blown. It's so good. I firmly believe my client innocent, of course. Oh, well, about that. I might have actually done it?
Oh. Yes, Her Greatness did specify that the defendant's guilt was non-negotiable. We are only here to determine whether the punishment he faced for it was reasonable. Now then, prosecution, please give your opening statement.
This is auto-unlocked on Wii and Wii U VC. That is... The work that this team has done is just blowing my mind. What? It helps streamers. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be able to stream this otherwise, so I'm glad for it.
I don't know anything about this case, old man. You only just called us in here, remember? You're the one with all the details, so go on, get to it.
Surprised Link's even alive. Should have killed him. I know.
Well, I suppose why don't we just let the victim describe what happened? He should have the most accurate knowledge of the event.
This must be some kind of nightmare. Every good lawyer knows you should never defend yourself. Does this count? Oh my god. They made a bottle for him.
Who are you then? Ah, yeah. Myself. I own the tool shop back on Koholint, I do. The greatest shop in town it is, I tells you. It's the only shop in town. Whoa.
Not so close. No touching. You don't know what could happen. The world could implode. I don't think the goddess would allow this whole thing if that were a real possibility.
So what if it's the only shop? There's no better in this world or the next.
What him nose? He doesn't have a nose in Link's Awakening. Come on.
Never seen anyone complaining. Yes, whatever. Now tell us what happened. How did you let yourself get swindled so easily? I'll say it all. Just you watch me.
Why is he all gums? He's allowed to be, chat. You just come in and steal from a man and then say his gums look weird.
'Twas just a normal day. I was tending to me cash register. Then suddenly this kid bursts in. A green blur, I tells you.
Or a different color blur, depending on your save file.
He grabs the nearest thing and runs behind meself. So I turn around. But he ain't there anymore. So I turn back to the entrance. Ay, caramba, he's gone. Nowhere to be seen, I tells you.
Having tried to steal with him in the Link's Awakening remake, it's kind of hard to do.
I can't afford me wares going for free, you know? They're already as cheap as possible. Why, I oughta.
It's gonna be an extremely elaborate tool to edit a Link's Awakening save to not be labeled thief anymore. If you display references a couple other things, including a certain hedgehog, if I recall correctly. I suppose he did already pay the ultimate price. It's easier in the Game Boy one. Yeah. I've never played the original Game Boy one. Erase it every year. Gotcha.
What a descriptive testimony. I feel as if I were there.
Hold on, there's just one thing I'm confused about. Who was it that set this curse or whatever it is on my client?
'Twas me, of course. What kind of shopkeep would I be without some magic?
I know how it looks, but the guy can literally shoot deadly energy beams. I would not underestimate him. Right, of course.
Without further ado, please proceed with the cross-examination defense.
I mean, deadly laser beams does seem like a bit of a step up. I mean, what? He still couldn't have been worth that much, right?
Send me cash register.
I try to remake demo packs to try and get the steal. I don't know why they made it. I understand making it a little bit harder so you don't just like accidentally do it, but it seems like they made it much harder. Do you get many customers at your store on regular days like this, Witness?
Nah, I can't say I do. It's a small town, you know. Besides, I think lately the people have been spending their money at that blasted trendy game.
An evil chill went through my spine.
Oh, that four-eyed scoundrel running such an eyesore.
Trendy game. It's a crane game that's also in town. 10 rupees per game. It's pretty easy to win. No, it's not. Don't say that. There's something wrong. People prefer a literal gamble on a crane game than buy from this guy.
Please continue, Witness.
Then ball begin.
Then suddenly this kid bursts in a green blur, I tells you.
A blur? Are you sure this was definitely my client?
I swear me mum. Couldn't be anyone else. It's a small town, you know. I know everyone there. No one else wears weird green dresses.
Hey, this is my finest tunic.
I fail to see how this matters in any case. Have you forgotten that your doppelganger's guilt has already been established, defense?
Did this font already have the 2 dots over the A? Or did the devs have to go through extra effort to make that accurate? Because at this point, I'm just like anything that the fucking devs did. I'm like primed to be like, they went harder than they needed to. Can't even do the code before those appear since the code resets every new scene. We imported the whole font ourselves custom. God damn it. God damn it. The answer to did they go to extra effort is always yes, yeah. There should be a 128 character set. Same company that made the font and UTS open space ones, including this one. Wow. Open source ones. I see. Well, shucks. Forgotten. No, but I wish I could. Because it could have just been a regular A, and I certainly would not have complained. He grabs the nearest thing and runs behind meself. If alternate universe version of you murder someone, are you also guilty? He is guilty. We're not here to prove that he's innocent. It's does the punishment fit the crime? What is it that was stolen anyway?
Why does that matter? He stole something and matched that. No need to be getting into the nitty-gritty.
Other language versions? Is this translated in other languages? As it happens, defense. Or I guess we're talking about Ocarina being translated. That's fair. Still, if this is based off of the US version of Ocarina of Time, which it is, that's what you need to patch the game. That version, I don't think, has that full character set, so that's what I was curious about. As it happens, Defense the Goddess herself forbade us from talking about this. She called it a, technical limitation, whatever that means. Oh, almost any version works. Oh, okay, I just assumed it was the US version. That's what I get. But that seems like extra effort to make it whatever. The devs have already proven themselves to be mad lads. That's the most important question here. If it was something cheap, surely we can agree this punishment is too severe. It is what it is. I must ask you to drop this line of questioning. The IQ player version doesn't work, or the hotel. Aw, devs slacking out here. I can't use my ROM of the hotel version of Ocarina of Time. None of us have an IQ to test it on. Oh my god. If anyone has an IQ lying around they're not using, get in touch with those devs. This is ridiculous. I agree. Oh, I don't look so glum, chub. Here you go. This is a flyer with all me wares. That should give you an idea what it might have been. Well, it's something at least. Court accepts this flyer to evidence. And they're having IQ. It was a collaboration with China to effectively have Nintendo games in China, because they couldn't just release their consoles as is, because I'm not gonna get into it. Where's list out of the court record? My IQ or my brain? Witness, please continue. I gotta look at this. Town shop, bow, 900 rupees, shovel, 200, shield, 20. Thieves are not welcome. Are these the actual prices in Link's Awakening? I would assume so. I just haven't played it in a bit. Yes, thank you. Then witness, please continue. Good. So I turned around. I love the animation on it. Does any person still use IQ? Did they run it on IQ? What the fuck with the bow? It's expensive. That's why you should steal it early game, for a huge benefit. But you know, you're branded thief. Patrons can just freely go behind the counter like that. It's the only real shop. Best shop on Colin Island. It's the only real shop. Nay, of course not. I don't have a counter. But that's why I steal the bow. Customers have to hold their items while I ring them up. But wouldn't the register have to be on a counter or something similar? Well, yeah, I suppose. This is good because I think every shop in Ocarina has a guy behind a counter, so this is a very fun thing. Well, I suppose, but it's only big enough for me register, not for any products too. That's what he meant. The DK crew? Oh god. Don't even. DK64? I see. You got a problem? Who are ye to criticize me interior decor? I don't know why he's like half pirate sometimes. Best to have as little extra fluff as possible. Keeps the customer's eyes on the wares, you see. Well, I can't deny there is some logic to that. But he ain't there anymore. Aye, actually that reminds me. I noticed that the wall behind me was starting to get moldy. This stray thought distracted me for just a split second, you see? Is this all a joke? Some kind of skit? So I turned back to the entrance. Front-facing shopkeep. Let me guess, he wasn't there either. As I live, the slimy rope. Ay caramba, he's gone. Famous catchphrase of Koholint Island. Ay caramba, your establishment doesn't exactly have the tightest security, does it? Bah, never needed any. Everyone in town trusts everyone else. Everyone was shocked when I told them. I tells you, shocked. Because of your zappy lightning? I can't afford me wares going for free, you know. Rope, cause snake. This mod started because the lead dev made a custom programming language and tools for scripting making NPCs, and we wanted to show what it could do. I saw that there was a special thanks in the credits for like an NPC creator tool, but that was made by some of these same devs. Holy shit. I do have to ask, why did you need to steal from this store exactly? Well, you see, I really needed one of the things in there. Yeah, that's what paying is for. I was shipwrecked. I wasn't exactly swimming in rupees. Holy fucking shit, Devs. Thank you for the spam. Defense, do you have an actual question for the witness?
Then let us move on. Continue, shopkeeper.
Oh, we have the GameCube controller ports to connect the copy of Four Swords and you have the Four Swords link show up as your jury? Oh my god. I suppose he did already pay the ultimate price. There we go. What we got? It does work on Collector's Edition. Jesus, what does that mean? Oh, that's right. This guy literally killed me when I went back into the store. What?
You know, if you're going to make up a lie, at least make it believable.
It's not a lie. It's true. How are you here then? I don't know. It got undone somehow. One moment I'm getting fried and then poof. I'm back at the doorstep and that guy's just smiling at me, creepily. Surely death is enough of a punishment for theft.
This all sounds very hard to believe, defendant.
What if I'm gonna get the 10% chance thing? Oh my god. Well, now you need to tell me what it is when we pass that point, whether or not I get it. Well, what did the witness mean by the ultimate price then?
Ho ho.
Why, I just meant the curse I set on him, didn't I?
Yes, that was it.
Ominous.
Perfectly sensible.
Okay, I'm starting to get goosebumps, but surely that is all there is to it. Well, that's quite the testimony. If you say so, you're the lawyer here, whatever that means. Wait, are you saying there are no lawyers in your world? I don't think there are. How weird. I can't imagine how that would even work. Anyway, best to stay on track. I don't have much to work with here, so I should keep pressing for more details. Grabs the nearest thing and runs behind meself. So I turn around. He ain't there no more. I turn back. That caramba, he's gone. Can't afford me where it's going for free. They're already as cheap as possible. Yeah, what about that? HIYAAA. France. Cheap, you say? That's not quite true now, is it?
Whatever do you mean, defense?
Your Honor, if you'd take a look at the flyer the witness has so graciously provided us with, do any of the items in there seem like a bargain to you?
Well, let's see. Goodness gracious. 980 rupees for a simple bow? That's more than I get paid in...
Maybe, like, inflation's different on coal and... There's some...
Now wait just a bloomin' second. All the villagers be happy with me shop. No one's ever complained, you know.
Is that so, witness? Tell me, how many customers do you get each day?
That's not important. It's all because of that blasted trendy game. Not me fault folks prefer to play with that stupid crane. I will agree the prices are a bit inflated. So what?
You get a bow for free in Forest Temple? In Link's Awakening? What do you mean, so what? Are you just saying, like, in this universe, you can get a bow for free? I mean, I don't know if anyone can walk into the Forest Temple. It seems you need at least a hook shot. And to be yay high. Now, my other self needed to survive, and the prices were entirely unreasonable. Stealing's justified if it's expensive. I was shipwrecked. It would have taken me months to get that kind of money.
Yes. Given a survival scenario, I suppose this explains the defendant's motive at the very least.
Indeed. He didn't just steal out of malice or with profit in mind. It was a life or death situation.
Life or death, you say? Tell me,
which one of the items listed in that flyer is necessary for survival precisely? Well, for instance, the heart? Maybe the heart? Exactly. I mean, isn't there a heart on there? Yeah, there's hearts on there. That's survival. Granted, we know that's not what he stole. The game hasn't said that, but I love the dynamic MIDI channel fading that's happening. Exactly. Thieves are not welcome. A loaf of bread? Maybe the recovery hearts? 10 rupees is way too much for those. Oh, I agree. That's a terrible deal given that you can get them by just cutting some grass. Yeah. Oh.
Yes, everything this store carried that one might need for survival could have easily been obtained elsewhere.
Is that true? Also, yeah, that is what the icons look like in Link's Awakening. I mean, you might need a shovel to survive. That was necessary.
The defendant had no pressing need to steal anything. Prosecution makes a valid point. There's no food or water listed among the wares.
I wasn't just trying to survive, I was trying to leave the island. Leave the island? Is he gonna say why he's trying to leave the island?
And how would you do that using this set of items, pray tell?
He's gonna point at the shopkeeper and be like, you're not real, and he's gonna get Thanos snapped.
Were you planning to paddle off the island with a shovel?
Those only needed for the final boss.
Yeah, but it's nice to have. Not directly like that. The island can't be escaped by normal means. I needed them to wake the windfish.
Oh, we're going there.
Brr?
If only we were in Termina, they could be like, oh, the Ballad of the Windfish. That's a jam.
What? The heck is a windfish?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Right.
So you knew it needed to be awakened because an owl told me.
I mean, that tracks. Are you trying not to make sense at this point?
Perhaps I can shed some light on this particular matter. Oh, you made him small and round! By Jove, is that a talking owl?
Roman mythology and Zelda confirmed?
Cool. It felt like I was needed, and so I came. Hoot, hoot, hoot.
A classic and reliable source of information. Mario 64 RL? Kinda.
Hoot, hoot, hoot.
Why is there custom music? Why is the hidden thing? What? I'm like 5,000 miles away from like understanding. This is so high quality. That's so good.
You would be wise not to scoff at what your counterpart is telling you.
Composer left his notes in the casino for the song. Yeah, I'll have to find it. So you mean...
Hoot, hoot, hoot. Yes, of course. Everything the brave young lad has said is true.
Hey, Debs, is there I need to go back to your website. Is there a donate button on that website that I and other people can look at? No. Is there like a Patreon, or is there like a... I know that like I'm not trying to get you guys into the trouble. I'm just like, is there a way to just be like, thank you for this? Because holy shit. He is on a special quest, and Colin's no regular island at all. Too many hands. We don't do the money stuff. I mean, I respect it, but sincerely, this is incredible. All the OST is available in the casino whether you got this or not. Oh, so you may be like, wait, why is there an owl theme? Gotcha. That's fine. No, yeah, you don't want to put this behind a paywall because that's how the lawyers get activated. But I'm just saying, like a little like unrelated off to the side. Here's a bucket, you know. So anyway, if you'll allow me, I can explain everything. Hoot hoot. Oh, thank the goddesses. Finally, someone will actually explain everything. Something. Anything.
What utter nonsense. I object to the...
Wait. They fucking do... We were talking earlier, we were like, oh, they have to have an animal at the stand. They could have a Pona. That would be funny. It's literally a bird that's talking on the stand. And they just slipped under the fucking goddamn...
Fuck. What utter nonsense. I object to the presence of this animal in my courtroom. No way am I going to listen to testimony from an owl.
This is the perfect day, is turning. I would like to cross-examine the owl. So you've accepted everything else happening here, but not this? The defense demands the right to cross-examine the bird. We're so back.
Out of all the boneheaded stupid. Order, order. Allow me to share my opinion on this matter. Given the situation at hand, I see nothing wrong with allowing a bird to testify, unusual as it may be.
Is that the direct Phoenix Wright quote? It might be.
Owl, please tell us all we need to know about the nature of Colent Island.
It's close. Okay. I demand the right to cross-examine the parrot.
Hoot! Corlent's very existence, its very essence, hoot, it is tied to the windfish's slumber. As long as the windfish sleeps, the islands cannot be escaped like a terrible nightmare. The young swordbearer must thus search for the 8 instruments of the sirens and play the ballad that will wake the Great One. Hoot! With the instruments all united, the windfish's slumber shall come to an end, and so shall Corlant.
And now the shopkeep gets to go, wait, what? Hey, wait, huh? That didn't explain anything either.
Ha! Just like I said, listening to this bird was a waste of time. Hoot. Perhaps that was not as clear as I'd hoped. Do forgive me, over-mystifying is a bit of an occupational hazard for our kind.
What occupation? Professional owl?
Yeah. Please, if you have questions, I will happily answer. Hoot hoo.
Wow, what's this?
This is peak, is what this is. Well, the witness seems to be all but begging to be cross-examined. Defense, please go right ahead. Yeah. Hoot!
Colin's very existence is tied to the slumber of the windfish. Well, let's start with the dodongo in the room. What the heck is a windfish?
Dodongo? No, young counselor. You must be confused, Hoot. The windfish, the Leviathan, is a huge whale. As far as Colant is concerned, it has always been, and as long as Colant is, it always will be.
Right, deity whale. I'd bring up the fact that whales are not fish, but at this point, I don't think it really matters. Oh no, I'm mad about it being called the windfish. As long as the windfish sleeps, the island cannot be escaped like a terrible nightmare. What would happen if you did try? Why couldn't you just build a raft and try to sail away?
Hoot. Truthfully, I do not know. Perhaps, no matter how long you sailed, the island would just never fade from view. The sea would never end, like an infinite staircase, until you turned around and found yourself back where you started in no time. Or perhaps you would just die.
Yikes, that's a possibility. I admit I thought about trying that a few times.
Hoot, there is but one way to escape. The young swordbearer must find the instruments of the sirens and play a nice jam.
Well, how does one obtain these elusive instruments exactly?
Hoot, that is no simple task, to be sure. The instruments of the sirens sleep deep within temples scattered across the land, fraught with monsters, traps, and other dangers, at the end of each, a formidable foul foe guarding a peace. Yes, Hoot. To obtain all the instruments of yore is to slay all those who corrupt the island from within. Slaying foes? This sounds like some kind of mass murder spree.
Oh.
It appears... Yes, it appears that our worlds may differ from each other, more significantly than I thought. I cannot feel him here. How strange. What in Din's name are you babbling about now, you feathered menace? Hoot, in our land, since the very beginning of time, an evil influence has permeated all. The King of Evil, the Demon Lord Ganon. From the very dirt of the earth, to even the first thoughts of an infant. If you dig deep enough, if you look closely enough, you will find his malice and hatred. The King of Evil, Ganon?
So he noticed too. Could it just be a coincidence?
Naturally, when I speak of vanquishing foes, I speak of his creations. Deeply rooted in the most primordial evil, these foul beasts' only goals are for their own survival and for the misery of others. Hoot! No being that has been touched by HIYAAA's grace would object to their destruction. It is as innate to our nature as breathing. And yet, here is a world without him. Is your world lucky to have been spared, or has ours been particularly unlucky? That I do not know. Perhaps this is even the very reason her grace has chosen this world to send us to.
Do you have any idea what this is about? I think I do, actually.
Really?
I don't think it really matters for what we're talking about, though. Right. Can we get back to the matter at hand then?
Why, Hoot, of course. I was just musing aloud.
Is Ganon in the room with us now?
Yeah. With the instruments all united, the Windfish slumber should come to an end.
Dude, that's racist.
Right.
And I don't suppose making noise any other way would suffice? You know, just screaming into its ear or something?
Hoo. Of course not, my dear counselor. The Windfish's sleep is not natural. A magical slumber like that can only be broken via magical means.
Right, but what did you mean by that last part?
Will something happen to Colint when the Windfish wakes? Colint Island is a magical place born of the Windfish's slumber. Once the Leviathan awakes, the magic keeping Colint in place will dissipate.
You mean?
Of course! When the Windfish wakes, Colint will disappear, and nary a sight shall remain.
What?
Did you know about this?
Well, truth be told, I suspected.
Ah, clever lad. Hoot. Yes, surely you have noticed. The only shop in town selling nothing but tools and equipment, shopkeepers with magical powers, villages of talking animals. Colint as a whole is unnatural. It is a place made of dreams and nightmares.
Villages of talking animals? I must have missed that part. What about the inhabitants? Where will they go when the island disappears? Everyone just looking at the shopkeep.
Where indeed?
Yeah, Link to the Past Link is the one that sets sail and then gets marooned. And I don't remember what happens to him after Link's Awakening, but yeah. After all we've heard here, I think one thing has been made clear. My client has truly found himself in a life or death situation. This testimony fully corroborates that. On top of that, to escape the island, he had to go on a life-threatening quest. It's the same one as Oracles. Right. He goes on Oracles. And then, I don't know. In order to survive this ordeal, he needed to be as well equipped as possible. So this Link could have been like, yeah, I already murdered Ganon and you know, don't worry about it. And the only way to get the needed equipment was from the store, which was charging exorbitant prices. These are all clear mitigating factors. And with that in mind, the defense asserts his punishment was far too severe. Then he goes back to Hyrule after that. This profile is the Oracle's art. I didn't even look at the profiles. Yeah, there he is. My kleptomaniac self from another world. The shopkeep, great. One of the Colin Town 2 shop. Owl? Helps thief in his adventure on Colin Island. Great. Excellent. Really good. Used to be Oracle games were first. It made sense as Link was often a buff during a Link game. Gotcha.
Indeed. This does paint the defendant in a more positive light. It appears the theft might have been necessary given his situation. Yes, that was easier than I thought. And it's still early enough to go back to sleep.
That owl always used to annoy me a little, but it's really come to my rescue this time, hasn't it?
Hoot, I'm only here to help, lad. I feel there's no need to further prolong this trial. While this court does not condone the defendant's act in and of itself, I do now believe that he has been punished too harshly for it. And so this court finds the defendant?
There it is.
Old man, surely you don't mean to tell me that you've woken me in the dead of night just to make a farce out of this trial? Farce? But Mr. Dragmire, the defense has just presented a rather compelling argument. Compelling? Don't make me laugh. Yes, he had a reason to do what he did. All criminals have reasons, that's no justification. It wasn't just any reason, survival was at stake here. Was it, though? Huh? You, Bird Brain. Who? Yes, what is it? You've said the defendant was to go visit a bunch of dusty old temples in search of the instruments. Tell me, were those instruments the only things in there? No, I suppose they were not, Hoot. With structures as old as those, you're bound to find things left by previous inhabitants. Why, yes, I'm sure there would be lots of treasure left in there, too. Treasure, money, all of that was within the brat's grasp. He could have easily gotten the funds to properly purchase the item he stole with only a little legwork. Shut up, bird.
Wait a moment, it wouldn't be that easy. Those places were full of monsters and traps. Without any equipment, it would be too dangerous to go alone.
Oh, how quickly you've forgotten, Defense. Try to recall this flying menace's words from just a few moments ago.
The young sword bearer must thus search for the 8 instruments of the sirens and play the ballad that will wake the great one.
Ah!
Our little kleptomaniac had a perfectly good sword with him. He wasn't barehanded at all. No, all he was looking for was some kind of easy shortcut out of his predicament. Or maybe the little snake just wanted to keep all the treasure for himself. How dare you? I'm not some greedy treasure hoarder. I mean...
Either way, the defendant might have had a reason for his theft.
Oh no, God. Oh, no, the lighting on him. Holy shit. Oh no. Oh God. What did he say? And the defendant might have had a reason, but I say the reason was likely nothing but selfishness. Hoot hoot. Oh God. What happens if he didn't thief in your save? I don't know, because they kind of tell you, like, import your save with thief in the name. So, I don't know if it lets you. He has a special life and presents something wrong. Oh my God. He wanted to keep the... Is he calling him Moondorf? Better than Ganon Moon, I guess.
Now, barrister, that's not even remotely possible.
How does this owl know about counselors and barristers and all that? If there's no lawyers in his world. All of the treasure as part of Colent would naturally disappear with it.
Bah, that doesn't mean anything. That twerp might not have known that.
Oh, come on. Just admit you're wrong.
Now this is quite the pickle indeed.
Party lights. It says it works better if you stole. Right. So maybe it just keeps it as thief anyway, but it's just like, well, technically you're safe while you're not a thief. But if you steal and then come here and go to court, then it's just a better experience. The prosecution has brought up some good points,
But so has the defense.
I also love that this comes with a spoiler warning for Link's Awakening, which is warranted. It's great.
Furthermore, we seem to be out of testimony to discuss at this point. This will be a hard decision to make.
Actually, that reminds me. There was something you kept bringing up in your testimony, Mr. Witness.
Hoot. Yes, what is it?
You often mention that Colent is like a dream or a nightmare. How literal is that?
What are you going on about now? Of course it's not actually. Oh no, it very much is. What?
Hoot!
I thought that point was clear. My apologies. Colent only exists within a dream. We are in a dream right now, too, in fact.
Were we dragged to Dream Court at 2 a.m.? Is that why?
Oh my, this whole trial isn't real?
I mean, that explains why Moondorf looks that way. I should have known this whole thing was just way too fantastical. Well then, your sleep doesn't count as overtime. You don't get paid for Dream Court? That sucks. Now that we've made that clear, I'm just gonna go and wake up if you don't mind.
Why, that might be the wisest thing you've proposed so far, Defense. But of course, it's not going to be you waking up. I'm the only real person here. I haven't the slightest idea how my mind conjured up this nonsense. Shouldn't have had that noble pursuit before bed. Ho ho, I suppose it wouldn't be the first time I've dreamt of the courtroom. It's never been quite this vivid, but I guess this old man still has quite the active imagination.
Meanwhile, my imagination's being a bit overactive right now, I guess. And I haven't even had any noble pursuits. Please wait. Huh? You can't just wake up. What about me?
What about you? You're clearly just an invention of my mind, brat. But hey, you want a resolution, no problem. Judge, declare a guilty verdict right now. Prosecutor Dragmire, I refuse to hand down a faulty verdict, even in my dreams. No, this won't do. I will just have to wake up now. Here goes. Strange. I don't seem to be able to Hoo-hoo! If I may interject, I have said that this is a dream, yes, but why would that mean that nothing here is real? Oh, be quiet, you pile of feathers. I banish you from my dream. Be gone.
Throw something at him.
What? What is this? Am I stuck in this nightmare? Well, naturally, only one person here can actually control the dream. Everyone else is just along for the ride, so to speak.
Are you saying everyone here is actually real, just sharing the same dream?
Why, Hoot, of course. Her Grace chose one person to be the host and then thrust the others into it. Preposterous. If this is all in the Green Brat's dream, why doesn't he just remove his curse on his own? Preposterous? Not at all, my angry Gerudo friend. I never said he's the one in charge. He came from the dream world of Koholint, after all. Well, how did he wind up in someone else's dream then, you blasted buzzard? Hoot, having battled with Ganon before, he is of particular interest to the Demon Lord. The evil one saw an opportunity and forcefully shoved him into the dream of the Windfish, a dreamscape he has been steadily perverting with his evil for many years. He infested it with his own creations, twisted it into a dangerous place, and imprisoned its creator within. As a result, that is also why our green-clad friends cannot wake up normally.
Every time they say the word green, I'm just reminded of the fact that there's conditional dialogue. Which, I think it bears repeating, the devs didn't have to do. They could have just not mentioned the color that he is. It's just extra shit that's just great. This world is free of Ganon. Whoever the host of this stream is could indeed just wake. Although I cannot imagine the goddess HIYAAA would be very thrilled with that conclusion, having made all that effort to bring her chosen hero here. If he's in blue, is there confusion? They said that there's a reference to it, perhaps a certain hedgehog.
How do you know all this? Hoot, why isn't it obvious? I myself am part of the Windfish's spirit. I could not just stand idly by when HIYAAA's own champion was dealt such a bad hand. Like in Cards with Ingo. And so I've tried to lead you to the 8 instruments, and I reached out to HIYAAA for help with this predicament.
I can hardly believe it. Well, who is it then? Who is the one controlling this dream?
Hoot. That I do not know. That is something you'll have to find out for yourself. Whoever it is will have the final word in this trial.
Is it me? Is it my dream? So that's it then. It all hinges on this point. Who is this dream's Windfish? I must consider all the facts.
My brain!
I love that they did this again. Who's the one that Her Grace HIYAAA chose to control this stream? Could it be one of these people? I mean, it could be the judge. She came to the judge first. So I'm gonna try that. Maybe it's the judge. Oh no, but he wasn't able to wake up. The judge would be a good candidate to give it. But wait, the judge wasn't able to wake up. It can't be him. Yeah. I need to rethink. Who is the one that Her Grace HIYAAA chose to control the stream? R.I.P. Floor. She's back. Neither of them. Both Dragmire and the judge have already conclusively proven they're not the host of this stream. Has Link tried to wake up yet? Who does that leave? Maybe one of them. Not them either. Well, I doubt it's the Shopkeep. That would be a bit biased. It can't be either the Owl or the Shopkeep. They'd each have ended the trial in their favor by now if they were in control. But then Link's also biased. I know that Thief isn't the one in control, so who does that leave? Has Link awakened? I'm in control. It's me. It's me. But we're hardly unbiased. We're defending ourselves. I mean, I'll take it. That's great news. My brain. God, it's so good. I am this dream's Windfish. So good. That's it. There's no doubt about it. It's gonna wake up with a sputter. I'm the fish. What is he talking? It's me. I'm the fish.
Well, what are you looking so smug about?
Isn't it obvious? I've just realized who must be the one controlling this stream.
No, it can't be.
I see you've realized it now too.
Oh my, you mean you're the one?
Well, let's give it a try, shall we?
What are you?
Oh. Hello, everyone. Yay! Wait, does that mean he's dead? If Ganondorf was... Maybe he just woke up. Anyway. Marin? That's really good.
Defense! What did you do to Prosecutor Dragmire?
I am the Windfish. Nothing bad, I just ejected him out of here. He's probably waking rather abruptly right about now. I decided it'd be nicer to have someone more pleasant to deal with on the opposing side. The prosecution has nothing more to add. The defendant's totally innocent.
Yes. I won't stand for this. You can't just give yourself an easier opponent.
That's a shame. Bye. Wait, who will give the verdict now? I know of one good candidate. Huh? Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial. I was thinking like maybe Zelda? No, okay, will the defendant please step up to the stand? I'm real. Is this really okay? I thought the goddess wanted a fair trial. Actually, she requested no such thing. What? The way the judge put it, the only stipulation was that someone else decide your fate. Goddess fucked up. She should have been more specific. Listen, never trust the lawyer, right? They're gonna take your exact words and twist it.
She decided someone else should determine whether the punishment was just or not to ensure her own biases would not affect the outcome.
It's just someone else's biases. At no point did she specify how the decision be made or how many people should be making it. That still feels like cheating. Well, there's one easy way to find out if it's allowed or not. This court finds the defendant.
I'm not having this. My product was still stolen, you know. What kind of justice is...
Dead. Don't interrupt me. Now then, once again, this court finds the defendant not guilty. I didn't get the 10%. Okay, you have to tell me what the 10% is. Let's see, your name is Link. Oh, it's the same. Of course our names are the same. There's 10% chance for Mamu to be in the gallery since, you know, it's a dreamlike ward. Oh my god. God damn it. That's good. Also, does the... I don't know how Game Boy save data works. I was gonna... So it edits your LA save file so you're not Thief anymore. But for here, where he's saying your name is Link, is it able to read what your name was before you were relabeled the Thief? Yes, it actually can. That's like stored on the cartridge. It's not just overwritten. It does read your name. And then there's conditional dialogue if your name is Link. Holy shit, devs. So this is a way you could, with just regular hardware, change your name from Thief back to your normal name through the most roundabout means possible. Including if your name is Thief. What the fuck? To go through all this and then have your name go back from Thief to Thief? I need to see what that dialogue is. That's so good. Of course our names are the same. Shit. I'm not sure why you're surprised. In any case, I believe you should be getting back to your own world now. And no more stealing, you hear? Of course not. Never again. You gotta try and fix that and then steal again. Glad to hear that. Best of luck on your quest, and with that, court is adjourned. Holy shit. Holy shit. Special dog name is Zelda? Is there? Yes? Oh my god. Link Legal Agency. Kakariko Village. Excellent. 4:22 a.m. It's a long night. He sleeps in his office. What? Where? The office? That's right. I stayed to catch up on work. I guess I must have fallen asleep reading case files. Man, what a crazy dream, though. What was it about again? I was in court, and then... Ah, darn. It's gone already. Can't remember a single thing. Oh, well. Damn it. The end. That's when he looks up at the ceiling and sees a fish overhead. And he's like, why is there a fish on the ceiling? There's one more thing I want to see. Tell me. Bravo. Goddamn bravo. I was art. Select scene, rebuttal. Wrong thing. Rebuttal. Dragmire's rebuttal. Present the badge. My badge. Thank you for leading me to secrets. I appreciate it. You lack the murder weapon. It couldn't have been the saw. What about my badge? Tremble under the power of my badge, for I am the great hero of law. What is the meaning of this inane outburst, defense? I was hoping to intimidate the prosecutor in admitting I'm right. Me be intimidated? Certainly not by a hero of flaws like you. Yeah, I probably deserve that. No. Damn it. I did while we're here. I'm just gonna I want to see what the game over looks like. Yeah. Banger like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, I could moonhead him. Doom, oh right, you said that. Good. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. It's simple. Gonna start by working on the fence. Yeah. Sure. The fair inventory? Nope. As if. You lack the murder weapon. Bah, I'm accidentally doing the correct thing. Where supposed to the murder weapon even come from? My badge. I am the moon and I judge this evidence unworthy. I guess I can't argue. Oh my god. Me when I'm the moon. Me when I'm the moon. Oh my god. How about the autopsy report? Oh my god. I am the moon. Oh fuck. Okay, one more. Here you go. I am relieved and disappointed in equal measure that there's not a constant beeping noise when you're at 1 HP. This is the right call. But can you imagine? The entire time. He parried it! The moon! Can't remember that. I think that is enough. Coach on my board, absolutely, and I hope other people check this out as well because this is just so well done. I feel I've seen enough to announce the verdict at this time. Like smelling the perfume twice? Oh, shit. The defense has failed to establish a likely alternative scenario to the one presented by the prosecution. As such, I pronounce Malin of Lon Lon Ranch. Still the mood. Yeah, be sad. Guilty. The defendant shall submit herself to the king and have her fate decided. This court is adjourned. Yippee! Woo! Yeah! Woo! You take the gin, and you take... Okay, and then retry from there. Nice! Excellent. Excellent. I think I'm gonna call it here. But... God, my jaw's on the floor. This is so phenomenal. This is so good. The miracle never happened. Oh my god. A secrets guide. Yeah, I genuinely had so much fun with this, and I genuinely cannot thank enough, not just everyone that threw this game my way so I check it out, but the devs. Whether or not they swung by the stream, of course. But extra special thank you to anyone that worked on this who swung by. Your insight and even just popping by and saying hi, it means the world. That's so nice and cool, and I appreciate it. And thank you for making this. It was excellent. Thank you. No, seriously. I knew from booting it up, I'm like, this is like so high quality already just from the title screen. You know, I've played I'm not a connoisseur of ROM hacks, but I've played a handful of them, and like, you know, there's a variety of quality there. It's still just cool to see what people do. But this is like, it's not just the idea is fun. The execution of this is so well done. Like, this could have been 2% as good, and I would have been like, wow, what a fun idea. But just like hitting the beats, hitting the moments, having the actual mechanics, like the presentation, the music, just all of it. So well done. So, if anyone watching this enjoyed it, I hope you go check it out for yourself. There's optional dialogue and stuff that I didn't do. If you know anyone that you think would enjoy it, throw it to them. It's on their website. There's info on there of how to patch the ROM and stuff. So yeah, it's real good. Right, it's also just genuinely an interesting case. It was fun to like theorycraft and the way it presented, like the reveal of not the reveal, but like what stands out to me is the moment with the photograph where Ingo's wearing his old clothes. That felt very Ace Attorney, and like, are you paying attention? There's times where it was more signposted, like Ace Attorney, and there's times where it was more like, you gotta look through the evidence and figure it out. Like, it's good. It's good. Yep, newer team. I am the moon. I am the moon. So let me get caught up on alerts. I'm gonna go raid out to somebody, but thanks everyone for hanging and watching and chatting and lurking, whatever. Hope you have a good rest of your whatever you're doing. Thank you. Garburator, thanks for 31 months. Yeehaw, brother. JC, thanks for 100 bits. The highlights, go watch the highlights. Yeah, May highlights are out. And drawing VODs remind me, when you get to MGS4 in the drawing VOD, please introduce Robot Raiden as Lingering Will. I probably won't because that's too confusing, but that's a funny idea. Zero Test, it'll make Gam really mad, so that's why I like it. Zero Test is 23. I want Edgeworth to be the boss, even though it's just Edgeworth. That'd be great. See what's here. Show the badge. Thanks for 17. Lord Malvern, thanks for a year. Zelda X Ace Attorney is going to give birth to an entirely new genre of yaoi the likes the world wasn't prepared for. Squid for Brains gives us up to Luigi X Hero. Thank you again for that. Universal Fireworks for 40 months. Explain Crayon Art, thanks for 90. That's so money. Excited to see what the heck's going on here in the VOD. See you there. Mike the Entei, thanks for the raid. Jazz Fusion Deadhand, thanks for 16. Just got here, I have no clue what's happening. Yeah, I wasn't really giving recaps for when that came in late. I saw a lot of people like, what the fuck is this? It's good. It's very good. There's a link. I haven't looked at the GDQ merch yet. I'll have to. Any money chat wants to send to the devs, send to the GDQ Dogs Without Borders. Yeah. That's definitely a thing that I can't say no to that. If you're like, I want to throw money at the devs, and the devs are like, nope, then throw it to charity. I can certainly do that myself. Jazz Fusion, thanks for 16 months. I just got here. I have no idea what's happening. Airrock, thanks for 77. And a tier 2. Asterians Goose, thanks for 5 bob. I played a game called Is This a Game? Yeah, hopefully you drop that in the rec doc, because if you just say it at me, I'll be like, neat, and then I immediately forget. But thank you very much for that. Grumble Pack gifted a sub to Meatball132. Thank you again. Tornado Al, thanks for 23. A stream of a game I'm not avoiding spoilers for. I guess it's time to renew this. And then you're like, wait, no, spoilers for Link's Awakening. Buster Babo, thanks for 35. Just got here and can't stay. This new Pokemon game looks weird. JC Prophet, thanks for 69 bits. This game might be the game of the millennia. It's really good. The Venn diagram of who this game is for is specifically if you're into these two things. But man, if you're in the middle of that Venn diagram, it's a slam dunk. It's just so good. Polarish Bear. Also, I think you would enjoy this even having never played Ace Attorney. I don't think anything's too, like, you wouldn't, there's nothing that's dependent on knowledge, which is as it should be. There's like references and nods, of course, which are good, but you could play this without ever playing Ace Attorney. If you've never played Ocarina and you played Ace Attorney, this would be weirder, but it would still work. None of it's reliant on knowledge of Ocarina of Time, so it's good. People are getting an Ace Attorney from this mod. Oh my god. As someone who only recently got into it, I was a fan of the Professor Layton games since they first came out, and I was playing through them on stream, and I was like, well, I kind of want to play the crossover, the Layton Ace Attorney crossover, which I'd never played before. I got a copy of it for 3DS, and I was like, I want to play it, but I feel like I should play like the first Ace Attorney game for context. And then I've been playing Ace Attorney for years now, and I've fallen deep down the rabbit hole. I mean, by I say recently, I mean like within a couple years. as opposed to, oh, I've been playing them for, you know, since the DS. To me, that feels recent, even though it's been a couple of years. Chat, don't lawyer me about my word choice. Yeah, also I played Ghost Trick, and I was like, holy shit, people have not been lying about Shu Takumi being insane. Yeah, let's try to get you. I'm gonna have to play late to get the. I mean, you probably don't need to. At least with Ace Attorney, it's like knowing more about the characters and their backstory, like knowing about Nick and Maya gives you fun context for some of the stuff they talk about. It's less important with Layton, I think. I mean, you should, if you like puzzles, they're fun games, but I think you probably could. Like, I'm glad I played Ace Attorney before playing the crossover. Even said that, I'm like, I think the Ace Attorney side is what you would need more context for. It's like, all you need to know about Layton and Luke is that Luke's his apprentice. And Layton's a puzzle guy who's a professor. So, they're just fun. I mean, yeah, they're fun, but if you're not into puzzle games like that. So, yeah. How fast can you play through an 8-game series? Yeah. The deep flora lore, yeah. Which you don't need to worry about. So, yeah. Polar Bear, thanks for 64 months. Soup in a tier 2. That's the Nintendo number. Play this on Yen64, and then grab all of your peripherals, because all of them work with this. Boy Angry, thanks for 45. Smash Me, thanks for 100 bits. Dragmire, his last name, a detail that's relatively forgotten about, since it was brought up in Link to the Past. Yeah. They really does feel like it could be an N64 game. This game works on an N64. Sampy, thanks for 30 months. Ravenlight, thanks for 54. Don't have much more to say. Have a good day. Warfeed, thanks for 74 months. JC Prophet, I had to walk back to my computer after that fine woman comment. God damn it, Ingo. Thank you. JC, thank you for 10 gifted subs. That is so generous. To Omnistruck, Nintendo Nitwit, Chris and Chips, Phobos Orbiter, Warlock 9, Aurasphere 001, The Fiery Kitsune, MZS, AMGN Ape, and Blade of Recompense. Dubba Durbo, thanks for 10. Hail from Vodland, and to Vodland I return. TL Gay, thanks for 8. Wiremouse, thanks for the bits. My theory was how, yeah, talking about how he had his buzz. That would have been a fun twist, especially because they established this isn't literally the Ocarina of Time world. It's just like, whatever, parallel. They can use things when they want and change things when they want, which is the best way to do it. Rather than being beholden to like, well, technically in Ocarina, Malin didn't die, so whatever. It's like, yeah, doing that. Malin Spin is real now? Does someone have a link to it? Clownfishery, if you need a permit, let me know. Clownfishery with 100 bits. MZac, thanks for 21 months. More than 20 months, but less than 22. Smash by gifted subs to Happy Harp and Swegon. JC, thanks for the bits. He's Mario and we killed Luigi already. I'm still mad that there was a side-scrolling platformer in this on top of everything else. I love the Town's reference, Link's Awakening, since Terrence in that game on Spout Town. A little Sushi Roll, thanks for 62. I work here to see how this crossover plays out in the VOD. I hope you enjoy it. Smashman gifted that sub to Jimbo Slim. Thank you again for that. I'm surprised this Link is even alive. I mean, he died, and he got better. In Discord. Oh. Where in Discord? Do you know what channel you dropped it in? It's in the art channel. Gotcha. It's really good with the music too. That's just excellent. JC, thanks for 50 bits. Does the code for Ganon work in wide view? Oh yeah, in the wide shots. Yep, he still's got the hat or the head. He is the moon. Fickle Cat, thanks for 88. We need a mod for this with a DK crew. Smash Matt, thank you for the bits. Link's Awakening Owl is better than Kepora Gebora. Don't at me. I'm not gonna say you're wrong. Jaeger Mage, thanks for 28. That's a long 28 time. Thank you. I'm caught up. I'm done. I gotta go. Thanks so much. This was so much fun. I really appreciate it. Again, thanks to the devs for making such a banger. And I again really appreciate everyone who threw this my way. It was like day one. I was overwhelmed with people saying this was made for you. And you were not wrong. It really, really was. And we're gonna raid one of those people, Dan. Dan was one of the first people that was like, he was like, 1, play this. 2, let me know when you're gonna play it so I can watch. So I'm glad Dan was around earlier. I hope he had a good time. Because he was like, Dan's a huge Ocarina of Time guy, but he's not really in the Ace Attorney side of it. And so he's like, he was saying that he could play it, and I think he still could and have a good time. But he wanted to watch me play it because he was like, his point was like, I would appreciate the Ace Attorney nods more, and that's absolutely true. But anyone could have a good time with this, I think. It was really well done. And like, the fact that there was even an optional tutorial to be like, how does cross-examination work? Like, these devs, it's smart. This is well put together. It's clearly been tested and made by a lot of smart people who knew what they were doing. And it was just such a delight. I am the moon. I deem this stream worthy. There you go. Yeah, don't explain it. It's not. You don't have to explain it. Luigi came in here basically so you agree about the. I know, and I didn't even know that he was one of the devs at the time. Shit. Yeah. Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, thanks so much. I'll be back on Thursday. It's Tuesday, right? So yeah. Cheers. Have a good one. Thanks for. Have a good one. Goodbye. Goodbye. Get the fuck out of here. See you later. Yeah. Goodbye. Hey, we all have to sit here waving as the countdown finishes going. So. Get it. Bye. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. Hope you enjoyed the Euro vlog. I'll drop a link to it in the description on YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, there's no description, so you should know that I'm not talking about you. I don't know how many people watch the VODs on Twitch. But anyway, thanks. Have a good one, and this was great. Hope you enjoyed it. Bye.